Prologue. It is with much joy that I greet this publication, which is the autobiography of Anthony and Sarah. More than 20 years have gone by since I came across a letter from the United States while going through my mail one day. As my knowledge of English was not very good, I put the letter aside in order to go over it later on, when I could with quietude better devote myself to it. Yet I could not dismiss the strong impulse that drew my heart to that letter. So I picked it back up, read it, and immediately wrote and sent my response. Many years later, when God granted the blessing that I visit the United States, He guided my footsteps to meeting with the sender of that letter in person. That sender was none other than Anthony, the author and protagonist of this book. His adventurous life and God's wondrous providence for him, and through him for every single person, fascinate the reader who, amazed and surprised, will not hesitate to exclaim, "Great are you, O Lord, and wonderful are your works, and no word is adequate to sing the praise of your wonders." Accordingly, we thank God in all and for all things we know and do not know, for blessings manifest and hidden that have been bestowed upon us. For as we know, the Lord assured us that God wants all people to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. We therefore entrust this autobiography to the readers with the goal of benefiting every person so that he will not despair, no matter how difficult and complicated his life may become. Rather, with hope and strong conviction, he should hasten to our captain and helmsman, God, our Lord Jesus Christ, asking him to safely guide his life to the harbor of salvation. With this in mind, we wish the devout readers of this book salvation and sanctification in Christ. Metropolitan of Limassol, Athanasios. A few words by the authors. How do we reconcile the death sentence, specifically a sentence of death that was pronounced on the 8th of May in 1987, with our marriage and, more importantly, with eternal life? In order to answer this question, we need not only to look back, but especially to look forward. Before we were joined in marriage, we were two people from two extremely divergent backgrounds. Frank, the only child born to affluent parents, had a childhood of privilege. Rachel, the only daughter of a couple who later divorced, had a childhood racked with difficulties. In spite of the difficulties, Rachel became one of us, a hard-working American with a kind and gentle heart and a rock-solid belief in God. Despite the privileges and affluence, Frank's choices, some that he made and some that had been foisted upon him, led him down the dark trail that ended eventually on death row in an Arizona prison. The stories of our lives are the stories of the two very different people who, several years after the death sentence that had been pronounced, were married on December 17th, 1991. They are the stories of how Rachel became one of us and how Frank's choices led him so far astray. They are the stories of how we met and married, but they go further, for they are the stories that explain how each of us discovered orthodoxy and came to become Eastern Orthodox Christians, and especially of how the trajectory of our lives has so completely changed. Merely being Orthodox Christians can never be enough. We have learned to lead lives of prayer, repentance, and most of all, hope. With our hope firmly grounded in the risen Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, we look forward to life in Him, because only in Him are all things possible. We must emphasize that we did not become one upon our marriage, but years later. Through our individual life experiences and through our shared experiences, we have learned at last what is meant by and the two shall become one. At the request of clergy near and dear to us, we offer these, first our individual and then our shared experiences, to the scrutiny and prayers of all who read them. And we pray, always, for the salvation of all. Chapter 1. Frank, the Early Years. I was born an only child on a beautiful Sunday afternoon in January of 1956 at the Queen of Angels Hospital, considered then to be a prestigious facility in Los Angeles, California. My parents, John and Alice Atwood, were both products of the upper middle class. However, their backgrounds were literally worlds apart. Like his father before him, my grandfather had been a colonel in the United States Army. My father, who was born in February of 1920 in San Diego, California, also embarked upon a military career. After entering the United States Military Academy at West Point in New York, class of 1942, he fought in World War II in Japan and the Philippines. His expertise in communications, he served in the Signal Corps, found him engaging in excursions behind enemy lines to establish the means for critical intelligence sharing. Dad was a highly decorated Army officer, rising quickly up the ranks from lieutenant to captain, and then a major, prior to his return stateside as a colonel. My mother, who was born in Vienna, Austria, in March of 1916, to influential parents, later studied fashion design in Paris. Soon after her matriculation at university, unrest due to Hitler's invasions of European countries led to my mother's migration to America, where she eventually met my father. My father and mother met and fell in love while water skiing at Lake Arrowhead, a mountain resort northeast of Los Angeles in the San Gabriel Mountains, and were married in 1950. Initially, they resided at Fort Monmouth in New Jersey, while my dad completed his tour of active duty. Eventually, they settled in the upscale Los Angeles neighborhood of Brentwood. My father, although on retired reserve military status, continued attending regular meetings at a local military installation and serving on active duty several weeks a year. Simultaneously, he pursued a civilian career in the communications industry as an executive with the Hughes Aircraft Company. It was into this advantageous setting that I was born. Having no brothers and sisters, I was the sole focus of my loving parents and enjoyed their undivided attention. Educational endeavors began around 1960, when I was enrolled at Bonner School, a private establishment that functioned as an advanced learning institution for the children of the well-to-do. Even at that early age, I felt a sense of privilege as I entered the gates of that prestigious facility each weekday. I got along well with the other students and my teachers, aside from one terrifying memory of having gashed my chin open on a jungle gym and requiring stitches. Most of my memories of my experiences at the Bonner School are quite pleasant. I excelled scholastically and made many friends who enhanced my feelings of inclusion by attending many birthday parties and inviting me to theirs. That bountiful period of happiness and success followed me as I was enrolled at Brentwood Elementary School. This learning center was also inundated with the offspring of many affluent families. For the most part, I enjoyed the classes and was a good student. However, it is my extracurricular activities that I recall with the most fondness and the greatest clarity. My participation in organized athletics began when I joined the ice hockey team, on which my dad was a coach. It was an experience that was a bit daunting and intimidating at first, since at 7 years old, I was the youngest member of the squad. We were playing a game on enemy ice when, for the very first time, I got onto the ice myself. I felt disoriented. Several minutes later, I found myself back on the bench. That experience in humility actually encouraged me toward what eventually became a cornerstone in subsequent sporting endeavors, as I spent weeks and months hard at work in my backyard, tirelessly practicing stick-handling skills. While I never did excel on that ice hockey team, mostly due to being small in stature and so young in age, I still developed a sense of significant accomplishment once the pride my parents took in my painstaking efforts became manifest. It was that determined drive to excel that was rewarded with success in my later forays into both baseball and football. At around 8 or 9, I joined a local Little League baseball conference. The ice hockey experience provided a leg up on other participants, as did the indefatigable labor by myself and a few neighborhood kids. We managed our own baseball practice using every spare moment to work on some aspect of our skills: fielding grounders, catching pop-ups and fly balls, becoming accurate in both infield and outfield throwing, pitching, batting, and running the bases. Sometimes we were able to recruit my mom to take us to the batting cages in a nearby town or to a local park, where there was more room to practice, but usually we would hone our abilities in my backyard, the street, or on an empty parking lot. I even practiced alone by tipping a garbage can on its side so I could practice throwing, or by drawing a square on the garage door with chalk in order to work on my pitching. At the height of my short-lived career in baseball, my friend Peter and I both became perennial all-stars and were awarded co-most valuable player trophies. As the summers faded to autumns, I felt a renewed sense of energy and excitement. Football season was beginning. Many of the same companions who had labored so vigorously with me during baseball season also enthusiastically engaged in daily football activities. How fondly do I recall some of the pickup games in front of my house, tackle football games on concrete. I also recall how much time my dear father spent practicing with me and how intently he coached me. Dad had always been, and will forever be, my coach. I never did enjoy as much prowess in football as I did in baseball. Still, I became second-string linebacker and starting quarterback, a position I cherished and for which I was honored by a write-up in a local newspaper and a couple of appearances in bowl games, including the Pioneer Bowl, which was played in the snow in Salt Lake City, Utah. In addition to having been involved in sports with my dad, my mother also encouraged my athletic endeavors. After undergoing a rigorous screening process, including interviews, our family obtained membership at the exclusive Riviera Country Club, complete with the entry of our names into its blue book. Mom immediately enrolled me in tennis classes, where I trained under a famous Romanian tennis pro. Additionally, during family vacations at Lake Arrowhead, my mom introduced me to water skiing. At first, it was an awkward adventure, and I remember how warily I stepped off of the pier and into the water, making sure that the tow rope was between my skis and that the ski tips were out of the water. Then the instructor would yell, "Hit it!" and the boat with my mom on board would take off. In the beginning, the instructor grabbed my upper arm and held me up, like a sack of potatoes, my mother would say. But soon I was able to go it alone. I still relished the excitement and glee of rushing across the water's surface. In fact, it was this exhilarating sensation that soon led to one of the loves of my life, body surfing. The summers on the beach with my mother, and usually my best friend Chad, were paradise. Early in the morning, my mom would pack a picnic lunch, and we would drive the few miles to Will Rogers Beach and spend the day in the sun and surf, returning in the late afternoon. My mom would lie in the sun, an activity that she absolutely loved, but which in later years proved to have inflicted severe skin damage, while Chad and I would body surf for hours. Every once in a while, my mom would make us exit the water, and waterlogged, shriveled like prunes, and nearly blue, we would bask in the glorious Southern California sun until my mom acceded to our pleas to re-enter the ocean for more body surfing. Those were truly endless summers. In the winter, we would often vacation at a ski resort, Big Bear, next to Lake Arrowhead, Northern California's Heavenly Valley, or Mount Mammoth, and northern Arizona's Snow Bowl were among our favorite destinations. It was during those expeditions that my mother introduced me to snow skiing. Being from Austria, she was a master skier. This was another initially awkward venture, as I found myself dangling above cliffs while sitting in a fragile ski chair suspended in mid-air. Still, I caught on rapidly, and soon was zipping down mountainsides like an expert. With my parents consistently facilitating my endeavors, sports were a huge part of my early years. While participation in athletics was a dominant feature during those years, there also was frequent attendance at sporting events. My parents took me to Dodger Stadium to watch Sandy Koufax pitch, or to the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum to see O.J. Simpson run for the USC Trojans, or to observe the fearsome foursome, Rosie Greer, Deacon Jones, Merlin Olsen, and Lamar Lundy, play for the Los Angeles Rams. We also attended UCLA Bruin basketball games at Pauley Pavilion and watched the masterful John Wooden coach players like Lou Alcindor, later known as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and win an astonishing 10 out of 12 national championships. I recall family vacations that found us journeying by car one summer from Los Angeles to visit relatives in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Southern California, or flying to lavish resorts in Aspen, Sun Valley, and Honolulu. Sometimes we would vacation in California and drive to Yosemite National Park in Northern California, or summer at the Hotel del Coronado Resort near San Diego. Even my dad's periods of active duty were an occasion for a family event. Once we drove over to Fort Huachuca in southern Arizona, where there was a riding stable, and I fell in love with a horse named Chubby. Being a city slicker, I was not at all comfortable on horseback, but Chubby seemed to sense my absence of proficiency. He made our ride together such a pleasant experience, unlike other horses which, sensing discomfort, would use the opportunity to be most troublesome. In all, there were many wonderful family journeys. Of course, family events were not limited to sporting endeavors and vacations. We were season ticket holders for the Hollywood Bowl, a mainstay of classical music performances, where we enjoyed Zubin Mehta conducting the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra. Many times we visited the downtown Los Angeles Music Center or Dorothy Chandler Pavilion to listen to the unparalleled pianist Arthur Rubinstein in concert. Undoubtedly, my childhood was filled with an environment of love and privilege, a time in which I felt included and adored. Other significant childhood activities included attendance at St. Albans Church, where I was an alkali and exuberantly participated with regularity in Sunday services and in Sunday school, sang in the choir, and engaged in special events like church plays, holiday caroling, fundraisers, and so on. Christmas caroling was especially fun. As dusk approached, we would gather in the church parking lot with our assigned group of carolers and then walk through nearby neighborhoods. Going from house to house, we would momentarily pause in front of each and sing the classics, Joy to the World, Silent night, holy night. O come all ye faithful, onward Christian soldiers, and other favorites. Sometimes we would be lucky enough to get assigned to one of the hay rides. This encompassed a flatbed truck with railings, with the back filled with hay. We would climb on board and be driven to outlying areas, gleefully singing Christmas carols. I also took great pleasure in the weekly lessons given at both Sunday services and Sunday school. I studiously practiced those devotionals throughout the week. They provided a sense of belonging and a firm foundation in Episcopalian doctrine, and they promoted a strong faith in God. It is with a sense of joy that I recall my childhood nightly prayer routine, initially performed with my mother's guidance. At her prompting, I would retrieve my carefully folded prayer cloth from the closet, kneel at the side of my bed with my mother, and recite my prayers. Nightly supplications included liturgical prayers such as the Lord's Prayer and the Nicene Creed, as well as private devotionals. One of my favorites that I still continue to frequently recite prior to retiring for the evening is, "Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. And if I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. God bless my mommy and daddy. Amen." Near the conclusion of my studies at Brentwood Elementary School, my fondness for classical music found me studying several instruments. Initially, I took trumpet lessons, but as it turned out to be quite an inconvenience to neighbors, I began studying cello. Ultimately, I settled on the piano with the advantage of studying under an accomplished master. Although quite nerve-wracking, the several recitals in which I took part produced a real sense of achievement. The close circle of friends I had at elementary school were all athletically gifted, so we dominated schoolyard contests. A game that we called socko, similar to dodgeball, was one favorite, but we also enjoyed kickball and softball competitions, similar to baseball but played with a rubber ball the size of a basketball that was socked or kicked. We were a close-knit group who attended each other's birthday parties. My own birthday parties commonly included a trip to the Los Angeles sports arena to watch the Harlem Globetrotters or to see the Ice Capades. Those trips were great fun for all. Childhood, including school, was a good experience, a wonderful and productive time, intertwined as it was with the outpouring of my parents' love and the joy of friendship. The one emotional, traumatic occasion of my childhood occurred when I was 8 and my mother was pregnant. The excitement of a little brother or sister turned to despair when my mom miscarried. I cried and cried. A year later, one of the neighbors and my dad wondered why I was still so upset. Psychiatrists have since concluded that the emotional strain I had undergone contributed to a weakened mental condition and functioned to exacerbate my much later diagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder. In 1968, at the age of 12, I entered Paul Revere Junior High School, an educational center where the rich kid lifestyle was the norm. For me, the change from courses in a single classroom under the same teacher's instruction to each subject being taught by a different educator in separate classrooms was a difficult transition. I think that one reason for this was the alteration in class constituency. In elementary school, the entire day was spent with the same students, which allowed for the forging of strong friendships. Under the system employed in junior high schools, relations were extremely casual and superficial. To get to know anyone became quite difficult for me and extremely disconcerting. It created a disturbing sense of unease. After toughing it out for that initial school year, I sat down with my parents in the summer of 1969 to discuss the disquietude that had accompanied my attendance at Paul Revere. Soon thereafter, my parents suggested the more formal and rigorous format of the Brentwood Military Academy. I eagerly concurred with the idea of attending military school, as I had always been proud of my family's line of Army officers. Consequently, in the fall of 1969, at the age of 13, I very proudly embarked upon the road to fulfilling my dream of following in my father's footsteps as I entered the halls of Brentwood's exclusive military academy. I felt an incredible sense of honor and enthusiasm. I was actually pursuing my dreams. At the outset, I was a model cadet. The plebes, first-year cadets, were taught how to march, forward march, where our every step was in accord with the platoon's cadence, left or right march, and about face, where we would pivot 180 degrees to then march in the opposite direction. There were also the commands to halt, which meant coming to a complete stop and to stand at attention. In addition to marching drills, we also learned the variant rifle positions, right shoulder arms and left shoulder arms, the rifle resting on the right or left shoulder, present arms, holding the rifle in front of us, and attention, the rifle at one side with the rifle butt on the ground. There was also the 21-point manual of arms, a routine during which the rifle would be smoothly transitioned between different positions. We were taught how to dismantle, clean, and reassemble our M1 rifles. I practiced the marching drills and manual of arms daily in my backyard. Of course, we wore uniforms, so I routinely polished my brass, belt buckle, and shirt label insignia, and shined my shoes. That first semester, I was a good student and an aspiring cadet. My father, who had been promoted to brigadier general in 1967, was so very proud of me. Chapter 2, Rachel, the Early Years. I was born on the evening of August 5th, 1962, the second child to Robert and Earlene Tenney. While both of my parents were raised in diverse segments of the country, they did initially enjoy the innocence of small-town America. My father was born in the eastern reaches of Washington State in April of 1930, but lost both of his parents while still in his infancy. Although this tragedy resulted in my dad having been ushered into foster care, it eventually led to his adoption by two wonderful and kind people, Clyde Tenney and his adorable wife, Edna. Edna, whom we all called Gammy, was a grand woman who would become a most important role model in my life. The Tenneys were also from eastern Washington, but shortly after having adopted my dad, the family relocated to the cozy little town of Port Angeles on Puget Sound. There, Clyde earned a good living as the owner of a soda fountain, selling, in fact, as much as 500 gallons of ice cream on some days. After about 10 years or so, the Tenneys left the evergreen wilds of Washington and settled in the desert of Arizona, where soon after, my father graduated from Tucson High School, class of 1948. In Tucson, my grandfather purchased a property known as the El Corona, a sprawling guest ranch. Gammy, my grandmother, did all of the cooking and indoor work, while Grandpa and my father performed the many laborious chores that the operation of a guest ranch required. The proprietorship of the El Corona ensured Grandpa's stature in the community, as he was well-liked and admired by all, and especially well known for the grilling and delectable barbecuing that were his guests' favorites. Sadly, my paternal grandfather died of a heart attack on June 2nd, 1956. This dour development found Gammy and my dad, then in his early 20s, running the Dude Ranch on their own. My father toiled tirelessly, and the El Corona became quite a success. In fact, my dad became a big presence in Tucson's horse community and went on to build the original Sabino Vista stables. My mother, Earlene Blackmore, entered the world together with her fraternal twin, Mary, in April of 1935. They were the beloved daughters of Earl Blackmore, a prominent cattle rancher, and his wife Rachel, whom her grandchildren later called Gigi. The family dwelt in the small town of Canadian that is nestled in the panhandle of the Lone Star State. Irlene and Mary were preceded by a brother, Lauren, who was born 5 years earlier. My mother and her sister were known in the time as the Blackmore twins, and their upbringing was typical for small-town prairie life. Both my mom and her twin attended university at Texas Tech in Lubbock, Texas. It was my Aunt Mary who first emigrated from Texas and journeyed west after having graduated from Texas Tech to Tucson, Arizona, where a promising teaching opportunity beckoned. Initially, my mother remained behind in Texas with her mom. My grandparents had divorced while their twin daughters were still attending Texas Tech. Eventually, my mother and Gigi joined Aunt Mary in Tucson in the middle 1950s. Not too long after having arrived in Arizona, Gigi and my mother accompanied Mary on a visit to the El Corona Ranch, where my mom met and fell in love with my dad. After a short courtship, my mother, Irlene, and my father, Robert, were married in May of 1958. Soon afterward, my mother's twin Mary wed a military man, Jim Embry, in 1959. Life on the ranch did not at all agree with my mom. She did not fully appreciate all of the requisite hard work involved in operating such an enterprise. My mother preferred to entertain a penchant that may have served her well on the guest ranch, had she not favored the lifestyle of a socialite over that of a blue-collar existence. Unfortunately, my mom gave Gammy little assistance in the kitchen. Nevertheless, married life was not too rocky, at least not at first, and in February of 1959 my brother was born. For a while, he was the center of my parents' focus and helped them to forge a closer bond. However, the tension arising from their separate aspirations, my father had a career as a rancher, but my mother had aristocratic desires, eventually erupted. It was also around this time that it became somewhat obvious that my mother had a drinking problem. My mother wanted to dissolve the marriage. It was also during this time, in 1962, when my mom learned that she was pregnant with me. On a hot summer evening in Tucson, while my father was grilling steaks for ranch guests, my mother went into labor. At first, my dad's service to his guests inclined him toward completing the barbecue. However, I could not wait, so my dad rushed my mom off to St. Joseph's Hospital. This was well before the days when an expectant father could accompany his wife into the delivery room. So since my dear brother's delivery had spanned some 18 hours, my dad settled down in the waiting room to watch some television. No sooner had he inserted the coins into a pay slot than a nurse appeared to inform him that he had a baby girl. I had burst upon the world in record time. It has always been a family joke that my brother, who took such a long time to be delivered, does everything so slowly, whereas I, who was born so quickly, tend to do everything speedily. At any rate, my dad called his mother to tell her the wonderful news. Of course, the occasion having unfolded so quickly initially incited an aura of disbelief, but doubt soon turned into joy, and I was named Rachel Lee, after my maternal grandmother, Gigi. The first year of my life was spent on the El Corona Ranch, where I, although I don't recall having done so, adopted the habit of bucking in my crib. My family is always quick to remind me that whenever I was placed in a crib, I would begin to butt against the crib siding with enough force to move the crib. There were times that I actually propelled the crib to the door, as on more than one occasion my poor dad had to enter my room via the window, since my bucking had effectively blocked the door. I guess that I really took to ranch life, a budding, bucking bronco. Unfortunately, my mom persisted in her aversion to life at El Corona and constantly urged my dad to sell it. When I was a year old, my beloved dad relented and sold the El Corona, a decision he has regretted to this very day. It broke his heart to leave the ranch and the life he so loved, but he stoutly moved the family to a house just a few miles away from the El Corona. As the profits from the sale of the ranch had gone to his mother, my father then entered a career in retail in order to provide for his family. At about this time, it became apparent that, in addition to an increase in alcohol consumption, my mom had also begun to misuse prescription drugs. As for me, I did not abandon my impish ways, and on one occasion was found by my dad outside, clad in his only cowboy boots that I had filled with water. In 1966, we moved again and took up residence where we still dwell on the east side of Tucson. At around this time, my dad began work at Skaggs drugstore, and my mother's substance abuse became far more noticeable. Although the area was rather sparsely populated, there was a family across the street with 2 girls, one a little older than me and one a bit younger. I soon became good friends with the family, and when I was particularly lonely at home, what with my father being at work and my mom's absence due to her inebriation, I at least gained a semblance of normalcy and company with my neighbors. It was during this period, when I was 7 or 8 years old, that the realization that something was very wrong with my mom dawned on me. On a day that she had consumed too much alcohol and taken too many sedatives, she suffered dangerous complications and had to be rushed to the emergency room. In order to help out around the house and to care for me and my brother, Gammy came to live with us for a while. Because the house was in such disarray, Gammy knew that my mother had experienced quite a downturn. While pulling the home back together, she knew she had to teach me how to clean, cook, and manage a household. By the time I was 8 years old, I could keep the house going on my own. The difficulties with my mother continued, and the absence of my dad during the workday found me developing a close bond with my brother. He was very protective of me and spent a lot of time making sure my mom didn't hurt me. I think that it was around this time that he also began to realize that something was really wrong with Mom, because even though my mother was at home, we often felt it was only the 2 of us. My mom was in a stupor much of the time, leaving us to tend to ourselves. At that time, my Aunt Mary and Uncle Jim also lived in Tucson, not very far from us, and so my cousins Jason and Tara spent a lot of time with my brother and me. Aunt Mary was a refuge for us when Mom was out of commission, which was much of the time. Soon afterward, Mom had her first of many stays in a rehabilitation center. My attendance at Schumacher Elementary School also helped to dissipate my loneliness. I played with neighborhood kids after school and also became an avid reader. Still, I found myself hanging out with increased regularity at my neighbor's residence across the street. I very much enjoyed the company of Mrs. C. and her 2 girls. That is not to say that there weren't times when my mother was sober, and we would engage in lots of fun mother and daughter stuff. It was just that, sadly, those occasions were too few and far between. Nevertheless, Mom did try to take good care of my brother and me. When she was sober, she ensured that we had clean clothes and hot meals on the table. During the holidays, my mother tended to fall off the wagon. As the years passed by, she consumed increasing quantities of alcohol and prescription pills, which she managed to obtain from several doctors. Every year at Christmas time, my grandma and I would bake lots of Christmas cookies, enough to pass out dozens to neighbors and elsewhere. One Christmas, when I was 10 years old, a Christmas party was planned for a dozen or so family members. However, when the time came for beginning the actual preparations, my mother was too inebriated to participate. I called Gammy, and over the telephone she coached me through the preparation of the entire Christmas meal. At the age of 10, I cooked and served a feast for over a dozen people, all by myself. At around this time, Gammy had begun to manage an apartment complex of about 10 units for her nephew, while she herself lived in the house that was on the property. I began to spend every possible moment with my beloved Gammy. It was where I felt safe. It seemed that my childhood summers were usually filled with drama, and one particular summer was no different. Our next-door neighbors were older and spent summers in New York. As a result, they would ask my mother to keep an eye on their house and water the few plants they had. These folks also had a plethora of alcohol, which is why my mom volunteered to watch their home. When the Richlings returned home, they found their liquor cabinet virtually bare. They approached my dad about this, and he had to reimburse them for all the booze my mother had consumed. This was such an embarrassment for us, and I'm sure the entire neighborhood knew about it. During the summer of 1973, when I was just turning 11, I pulled off the masterpiece of my elfin antics. Perhaps it was my way of gaining a moment's attention, given the lack of attention from my mother, but I meant no malevolence when Mrs. C and her family were on vacation that summer. You see, I somehow got it into my head that it would be great fun to call several furniture stores and order the delivery of various household furnishings. I gave sizes, colors, and everything. I must admit that I had always dreamed of decorating a home, and this minor antic made me feel incredibly grown up. But boy, did I ever get into big trouble. My impish nature, which persists, albeit less intrusively, to this very day, apparently was not at all appreciated. Upon their return home, my dear neighbors discovered several attempted but unsuccessful delivery notices on their front door. So Mrs. C called my mother, and the proverbial fur flew. In the aftermath, I had not only received an indeterminable term of restriction, but also had to see a psychologist, to whom I recall having expressed my enmity toward my mom for her substance abuse. This was the first time I had been able to tell anyone of my dislike for my mother and her behavior. I think I was trying to hurt her the way she had hurt me. With the passage of some time, things calmed down. In June of 1974, I graduated from elementary school and entered my junior high school years at Maggie that fall. Initially, the transition from elementary school to junior high was rather disconcerting. The change from classes in one room with one teacher and the same students to attendance in various classrooms with different teachers and pupils was challenging, but I adjusted quickly. At the same time, I began to assume more and more duties at home as my mother's alcoholism worsened, which in turn only deepened my dislike for her. Often my brother or I would discover some of our mom's corrosive lubricant and promptly deposit it into the toilet. But for the most part, she consumed her poison without interference and with an unabashed indifference. Thunderbird was her choice of poison. All the while, my dad persisted in his slavish toiling in order to bountifully provide for all of us. He was unavailable during weekdays, while my mother was simply absent due to being in such frequent alcoholic fogs. There were many evenings when Mrs. C would see me on the front porch waiting for my dad to come home. She would take me to their house and feed me. My brother would seek refuge at his best friend's home a few streets over from ours. Still, I adapted and busied myself with school and managing the household. Besides, I was always able to enjoy safe harbor at Gammy's. That is, until October 8th, 1974, when, at the age of 12, my refuge was forever lost. Chapter 3, Frank, the Middle Years. To this very day, I remain shocked over how rapidly my life plummeted out of control. One moment, I was an accomplished athlete, from excellent stock and succeeding as a cadet at a prestigious military academy prep school. The next, everything spiraled downward at lightning speed. It was with great feelings of excitement about following in my father's footsteps that I began attending Brentwood Military Academy. Certainly the new adventure in my young life engendered a real sense of enthusiasm, just as wearing a uniform and participating in military drills was intoxicating. Moreover, I felt an increased sense of belonging. The camaraderie I had known as a member on a team was an attractive aspect of athletics, but to be on a collective journey toward a common purpose with so many students was a unique and intense experience for me. We were not merely attending school, but instead marching as one toward honor, duty, and country. Perhaps not all of the cadets had assumed the same feeling of purpose and service. I, however, had a degree of comfort with academy life. The disciplined regimens, coupled with the definitive moral code that had been deeply instilled within me from religious training and the instruction of my parents, were reinforced by the structure and strictness of the military academy. My inaugural semester went well. Early in 1970, I began my second semester of military school at the ripe old age of 14. However, there was a sudden and discernible difference. Seeking to increase student enrollment, the academy had permitted the admission of problem kids during the Christmas break. During my first semester, I had not really made any close associations with other cadets. My feelings of cohesion were more of a universal sense and were bolstered by the determination to excel in the classroom, where my efforts and diligence were frequently rewarded by many upperclassmen. As it turned out, the seemingly innocuous enrollment of less driven students became both a temptation and an obstacle. Up until that point in my life, my every desire and goal had honorable intention, so I found myself ill-prepared to be suddenly confronted with kids who routinely cut school, acted up in class, smoked, and even used drugs. The disciplined manner in which my parents had taught me to conduct myself, along with the religious training, had insulated me from this breed of character. It would seem that the straight-laced environ of a military academy would be the last place to find such pupils. Looking back now at this momentous juncture, I can observe the slow progression of an insidious temptation to competing interests. One of the more distinct dissimilarities between my life up to that point and that of the new students was the fact that my pursuit of academic prowess and military excellence was hard work. I had always prided myself on my tireless efforts toward achieving success in any endeavor, so the lifestyle exhibited by the problem kids seemed so particularly lackluster and carefree. I had always enjoyed the process of laboring devotedly toward an intended purpose and had never even contemplated an existence based on laziness, apathy, and non-conformance. I remain at a loss as to what caused my gravitation toward that group of miscreants. Perhaps the mysterious nature of something new and forbidden was what had captivated me. Looking back, the only thing I can say with certainty is that the deviousness of the devil was afoot. It was with a sense of naive curiosity that I began to casually associate with those new students. At first, we did not meet on an everyday basis. I perceived my association with them to be a harmless new adventure, an innocent hanging out between classes to perhaps sneak a cigarette or engage in some other minor antic. Unfortunately, I failed to heed my sense of caution and initially thought of it all as a boyhood mischief, as a minimal and temporary descent into the excitement of the taboo. My failure to immediately cut off what proved to be demonic prompting at its very inception soon evolved into keeping company with dangerous persons and adapting their perverse concepts with increased regularity. Although I had previously followed godly directives, I began not only engaging in the simple occasional lapse, but had become inundated with deviant enticements. These were lures that I eagerly soaked in and which inevitably revolved around ungodly attitudes of disrespect toward authority. The bedrock of honor that had been so carefully cultivated was being undermined, and I was not even aware of it. It must be said that these current observations are in no way intended to excuse my abandonment of the training that my parents had so painstakingly and lovingly provided. By tracing how the casual bad choice can so rapidly lead to more frequent indiscretions, I hope to create a consciousness of the danger of keeping bad company. Inherent in my decline was heeding those who were already well versed in disrespect for authority. The outgrowth of my once casual acquaintances was the onset of indolence toward schoolwork, the cutting of a few classes, and an escalation of these antics, coupled with the contemplation of criminal activity. Consequently, as the school year progressed, so did my decline. Rather than striving for excellence as a dedicated cadet, I sought to impress my newfound nefarious associates. The consideration of illicit endeavors became a reality as I cut classes in order to visit local markets, where I would shoplift cigarettes and then dole them out to my dutifully impressed companions. The diligence and effort that had served as the cornerstone of my existence as an obedient son and faithful adherent of God crumbled. Rather than enthusiastically participating in classes or military drills, I cut school with alarming frequency in order to hang out with my new pals under the Santa Monica Pier, where we wasted away the hours. In spite of the drastic alteration of my goals, I must vehemently declare that the sole impetus for my tragic descent is the failure to have cut off what I today know to have been demonic attacks at the very moment of provocation. The loss of respect and admiration by upperclassmen did not function as much of a deterrent. How could it? I had taken the proverbial bait of temptation, hook, line, and sinker. I racked up demerits and was assigned quite a bit of detention. At the academy, this involved extra drills after class. Then I simply started to skip detention. Of course, my buddies cheered me on and admired the development of my nonconformist attitude. I don't really recall the impact on my parents during those early stages of my devolution. Assuredly, they were heartbroken. What I do remember is nearly overdosing on barbiturates. It was an especially hot day, and the oppressive heat acted like an invitation for my new friends and me to sneak off after the noon drills. We had earlier decided to meet at a bushy gully adjacent to the school because one of the guys said that he had something to show us. This pupil had stolen some bottles of pills from his father, who was a doctor, and he proudly displayed them to us. Without really knowing what we were doing, we began taking pills, each one of us trying to outdo the others. After a while, my friends began staggering off one by one, until I was the only kid left in the gully. Suddenly, several upperclassmen burst through the bushes in front of me, and I was dragged off to the commandant's office. Apparently, some of my comrades had been seen stumbling around the hallways, and under questioning, they indicated that I was perhaps still in the gully. Boy, was I ever in trouble. There I was, doing my level best to sit upright in the chair and not really succeeding, while the commandant spoke to my mother. Then I was instructed to stand up, a feat that proved to be impossible. I fell out of the chair and had to be helped to my feet and out the door to my mother's car. I was suspended, of course, for the remainder of the school year. Initially, the shame of having disgraced both myself and my parents was overwhelming. Had I, at that point, returned to honoring my parents and resumed godlier pursuits, perhaps my life would have turned out very differently. What I opted for instead was to seek consolation with the same so-called friends who had encouraged my decline in the first place. The embarrassment and the shame still hurt, but it was not just my parents who had been disappointed in me. Everyone we knew, family, friends, shopkeepers, was acutely aware of and disappointed by my behavior. Even while I was on suspension, I continued to flee to my cohorts, who would cut class and hang out with me. In their presence, I felt neither humiliation nor guilt, but acceptance. Their acceptance fostered misdirected anger over my plight. It has been said that a consequence of participation in demonic engagements tends to diminish any sense of responsibility. That is precisely what I began to experience. Rather than regret my transgressions and work at preventing a similar lapse, I only focused on how unfair my situation was. With the help of my compatriots, all of whom had acquired a wealth of experience in escaping responsibility, I began to misperceive shame and punishment as unjust. Thus, in the spring of 1970, at the age of 14, susceptibility to temptation had taken a firm hold of me. Although I could have easily returned to the model of ethics that my parents had consistently displayed and taught, I considered my ejection from the military academy as a personal affront, which is what I now know to be the sin of pride. Rather than draw upon my parents' instruction and my remnant faith in God, I instead gravitated toward activities that were the antithesis of society's established mores. With even more free time on my hands and relatively little inclination to resume my status as an aspiring cadet, I not only maintained associations with the very kids who had encouraged my fall, but also began to spend my days in the company of counterculture advocates on the nearby UCLA campus. Like my school pals, they were also all too willing to assist me into further separating me from the godly. Once again, I felt excitement simply by turning my eager attention to vile ideas, especially those that assured retribution against what I by then regarded as an unjust and abusive society. Looking back upon those times, I can so clearly see how I departed the struggle for staying on the straight and narrow road with such relative ease. May God forgive me, as I caved into temptations and permitted my heart to be taken captive. At that time, my cooperation with what I today know to have been demonic provocations led to trying marijuana once, using sleeping pills a handful of times, and an inclination toward misbehavior. Then, one summer day in 1970, I set out to reacquaint myself with marijuana, but in no way could I imagine the devastation it would inflict. No sooner had I begun to hitchhike when a young man picked me up. We stopped off at a liquor store for some wine before ending up at his house. At that stage in life, I had never even kissed a girl. At the age of 14, that man took advantage of my innocence and inebriation and proceeded to sexually assault me. Attempts to deal with the shame and emotional trauma were a terrible struggle for me. I just could not comprehend what had occurred. It wasn't until recently, in about 2012, that doctors have pointed to post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, a serious and debilitating mental illness resulting from having experienced a traumatic event, in order to explain how my sexualization, extreme substance abuse, and risk-taking behavior were all due to that assault in 1970. The differences between my life prior to having been raped and subsequent to it display the destruction caused by the mental illness and a life adrift from God. After I had been raped, my parents sent me to a psychologist for individual and group therapy, but I continued to flounder. Eventually, I gravitated away from the role of sexual assault victim. It had become too painful. Instead, I sought to normalize what I had experienced by attempting to convince myself that sex between an adult male and a child was typical. Absent healing from God, this impression continued to fester. Many of my life choices can be characterized as extremist. This can especially be seen in how quickly I adapted to perpetuating anti-establishment objectives. Apprenticed to campus radicals, I gained an extensive education in direct action and urban guerrilla warfare. I learned how to set fires, construct and explode pipe bombs, recruit more soldiers, and to both manufacture illicit substances and establish distribution networks. It felt satisfying to have been befriended by older activists and to have even been included in their plans. On many occasions, I was invited to a dorm room or to an off-campus apartment where ideas for far-reaching schemes were fleshed out. On one such occasion, discussions ensued over strategies on how to most effectively disseminate the LSD that they were manufacturing. On another occasion, BLA members, the Black Liberation Army, the radical, violent faction of the Black Panther Party, contemplated the robbery of an armored truck, or as they called it, the liberation of funds for the cause. Obviously, my desire for inclusion possessed no moral compass. At around this time, together with a very close friend, Jimmy, my trusted confidant and crime partner from late 1970 until his death in 1982, I founded a loose-knit group named the League for Social Destruction, the LSD. We carried out assaults on establishment installations such as bank buildings, water and power outposts, construction sites, telephone equipment centers, and other vital bases of societal operations. However, what still really makes me cringe today is the change in how I thought, and worse, how that led to even more extreme crossroads. The one-time church-attending kid, the all-star athlete, the good student and aspiring cadet who had come from loving, well-to-do parents, had, within a few months after having been raped, become an enemy of the state. The impact on my thought process as a result of the PTSD and having turning away from religion included the substitution of all American ideals for the utterly insane ambition of intending to disrupt the society that I had somehow come to see as having mistreated me. These obviously deranged and indefensible new aspirations profoundly affected my stream of consciousness. For instance, rather than recognize that I had not only fallen in with a bad crowd, but had actually become part of that bad crowd, I concocted ridiculous scenarios in my mind. I believed that those scenarios absolved me of blame because I considered myself to be the victim of a cruel and uncaring society. Prior to having been raped at age 14, as well as departing Episcopalianism along with my parents' teaching, I would have immediately understood the dangers of having adopted evil ways and would have at once fled into the protective arms of Jesus Christ, my mother and my father. Instead, I blinded myself from any recognition of what a degenerate I had become. My unwillingness to accept reality caused me to rely on drugs to reinforce my self-induced ignorance. I also began to act according to the PTSD that had been inflicted upon me by permitting older men to sexually use me in exchange for drugs or money. I began to turn the world upside down. Good, honor, purity, and self-discipline became undesirable. I craved what was evil, hedonism, lawlessness, and irreverence. My abandonment of all religious training led to an increase in the mad cycle of sin. Having been sexualized, I prostituted myself. The shoplifting of cigarettes became random burglaries. Minor participation in drug activity turned into the manufacturing of drugs and burglarizing pharmacies. I have written of the shame I endured as a consequence of having been suspended from the military academy, as well as the destruction of my overall well-being by having been a sexual assault victim. The anguished despair and heartbreak I inflicted on my loving parents must also be recognized. It remains the most evil, vile abomination I have committed in my entire life. Having poured their hearts and souls into my welfare, they then had to observe their only child's involvement in utterly beastly pursuits. They were devastated. I beg God's forgiveness for the horrible distress I inflicted on my precious parents every day. I never did return to the Brentwood Military Academy, nor did I ever again pursue my dreams of following in my father's footsteps. Instead, I more firmly entrenched myself in the degenerate life I had adopted as my very own. At the time, I did not really consider the road upon which I had embarked. Focus had shifted to desperate attempts to mask my shame. To recognize my failures was simply no longer part of my agenda. Obviously, my parents frantically tried to help their wayward son to be healed of sexual trauma, or PTSD. Once a return to military school had been foreclosed, my parents proceeded to enroll me in a series of private educational institutions. The hope was that the more individualized attention I could receive at such facilities would prompt a retreat from my moral decline. The first of these private establishments was the Melrose School in Santa Monica, recommended by my psychiatrist, Dr. Brandt. It was a learning center for emotionally disturbed children that offered very small classes and personalized instruction. However, my interest no longer included educational goals. Unwilling to give up, my parents then arranged for me to attend an exclusive private school in Beverly Hills. It seemed, however, that many prestigious private schools had gone the way of the Brentwood Military Academy by catering to more and more rich kid problem students. Of course, being a troublesome pupil myself, I knew what it felt like to be perceived as a disruptive and unwanted force. It hurt, and it compelled quite a bit of anger. At the Beverly Hills School, one teacher was assigned to 3 or 4 students. This available extra instruction was not the solution, because I merely wanted to hang out at a nearby park with a few other like-minded students and smoke dope. About a handful of us had become pretty close. We would spend time together at one another's houses or go to concerts, but all of us lasted only a semester at Beverly Hills. Still dedicated to helping their son, my parents even tried an alternative school in the San Fernando Valley called You and Me High School that was managed by free thinkers. While this experience initially provoked some interest, I soon found that even the relaxed curricula and company of fellow counterculture types failed to retain my attention. I invested more and more time in taking LSD and spending days in the school's backfield caring for the goats and chickens. Actually, the straw that broke the camel's back at You and Me High School was another near overdose. The entire school assembly at You and Me was made up of several dozen kids. We went on a field trip to a mountain resort near Idlewild. I had become pretty good friends with one of the girls. There were no sexual relations, and I had still never had sex with a female. Upon our return, my parents had arranged for me to stay at her house in Topanga Canyon while they vacationed in San Diego. The next morning, I woke up late and found a note saying that Cindy and her mother had gone shopping. I wandered into their bathroom to investigate the medicine cabinet. Yes, when visiting other people's homes, it had become my habit to check their medicine chests for drugs. I found half a bottle of Valium, and on the way to the kitchen located an unopened 5th of Royal Canadian liquor. About an hour lapsed. All I remembered was being thirsty, taking swigs of alcohol, and continually popping a few pills. Then I noticed that both bottles, the whiskey and the Valium, were empty, and I called a friend in Santa Monica for help. Santa Monica was not far away, and even though my rescuer rushed right over, by the time he had arrived, I was barely conscious. I recall being taken out to the backyard and forced to hike up a steep hillside, strenuous exercise being an antidote for drug overdoses. The next thing I knew, I was tumbling down the hill. 12 hours later, I woke up in Santa Monica at the residence of a you and me teacher. Everyone was asleep, and some car keys were on a table. I snuck out and took off in the teacher's Toyota. The combination of still being incredibly wasted and never having operated a stick shift had its predictable result. I wrecked the car. Of course, I was no longer welcome at You and Me High School. Once again, my misdeeds had ended in rejection, yet I still failed to recognize that my life had been spared. My family was running out of day school choices, so when they finally decided on a boarding school, I reluctantly began packing. The Catalina Island School was an exclusive establishment situated on Catalina, an island across from Santa Monica. While initially it was quite a novelty, I didn't really fit in with any of the students and became somewhat of a loner. There was one teacher, Morty, who took an interest in me. Quite frequently, once classes were over, we would hike to secluded areas, smoke a little hash, and then Morty would either give me counseling or teach me American literature. The close association with this unique educator led to a redoubling of my efforts to be sociable. I even joined the school soccer team. Still, I did not take to life on Santa Catalina Island and began the practice of hiking the few miles along the rugged coast to Avalon. This was a wild and dangerous trek, since there was no beach, and my journey through the thick brush at water's edge was hampered by crashing waves. The Catalina Island School did its best to facilitate my adaptation, even inviting my dad to spend a few days with me in the posh lighthouse when homesickness seemed to have been the problem. Nonetheless, I continued my treks to Avalon, where I would then take a seaplane to Long Beach, near Santa Monica. My parents always returned me to Catalina Island, again by seaplane, until the school no longer welcomed me back. That was in 1972. I was 16 years old, and my parents were running out of options. Many people, entirely unfamiliar with the details of my home life, have suggested that my parents must have been lax in discipline. They failed to place responsibility on the sole person who was accountable for my depravity, me. In retrospect, such accusations wagered against my parents caused me significant pain and consternation because my mother and father consistently applied a plethora of disciplinary measures. I simply remained unpersuaded that altering my course was in my best interests. Over the years, I received corporal punishment on a fairly routine basis. However, the brevity of its discomfort resulted in my discounting it as an effective deterrent. In conjunction with corporal punishment, other behavior modification tools were utilized, among which was the withholding of my weekly allowance. Whenever that tactic was used, I simply figured that a single burglary or a few drug deals would nicely replace the missing weekly stipend. I was also assigned extra chores. However, these correctional measures were of such short duration that, like the spankings, they also failed to be persuasive. Moreover, whenever I was grounded, I would usually run off, and by the time I returned, a day or two later, my mom and dad would have been so worried about me that the relief usually culminated in a change of schools or counseling, rather than additional punishment. Unfortunately, none of the weapons in my parents' far-reaching arsenal ever produced the desired, long-lasting effect. There were actually some occasions which induced a reversed impact, as I twisted what had been intended for correction into examples of how unfairly I was being treated. My father even invoked the extreme approach of soliciting law enforcement assistance. For example, I had been placed on probation for a string of delinquencies, yet continued to retain an unrepentant demeanor. In fact, my attitude grew even more disdainful. At wit's end, my father had covertly arranged for my probation to be violated, for me to be sent to jail. And under the guise of a routine meeting with my probation officer, I was driven to the Santa Monica office. As soon as I entered the building, what was occurring became readily apparent. Rather than recognize that my misdeeds had led to his choice of action, I distorted my father's desperation into my having been outrageously and unjustly abused. Years later, I spoke with my dad about that event. My self-centered focus had always revolved around how the experience had affected me. I had never before considered that the impact on my father. To listen to him express his utter despair as he walked across the parking lot toward his car, turning his back on the son who was wrestling with authorities and pleading for his help, was heartbreaking. The father, whom I at one time had wanted to emulate, whom I adored, had had to endure unimaginable sorrows at the hands of his own son. Another example of my dad having importuned police intervention occurred after he had warned me about smoking marijuana. Having asserted a need for some independence, I had turned the garage into a guest house. I laid shag carpeting on the concrete floor, moved in my bed, sofa, and other bedroom furniture, and declared that locale as my new, separate residence. One evening when my dad had returned home from work, he knocked on the garage door to greet his son, but when I answered my front door, the pervasive odor of marijuana nearly knocked him over. He then informed me that if the activity recurred, he would call the police. The very next day he came home for lunch, knocked on the door, and when I opened it, a visible cloud of marijuana smoke enveloped him. He promptly summoned the police. The next thing I knew, the garage door, that is to say, an entire wall of my house, flew open, and about half a dozen detectives were lined up across the driveway with guns drawn. I was carted off to jail. In light of the overwhelming evidence regarding a strict application of a wide range of disciplinary tools in their efforts to rein in the son who had, as a consequence of PTSD, become sexualized, abused drugs, and continuously chased risky experiences, it must be clearly stated that my parents were in no way remiss, in no way. The tireless efforts exerted by my parents throughout enrollments in private schools, through disciplinary measures, through summoning law enforcement also included my being admitted to psychiatric hospitals. My increased usage of drugs, both in terms of variety and quantity, caused my parents great concern. A crisis intervention also took place. I had ingested a handful of sleeping pills, and my obvious condition caused my mom to take me to the family doctor, where I gave a urine sample. Once the result came back as positive for barbiturates, I was admitted to the Los Angeles Children's Hospital for observation and additional tests. Since it was not a secured facility, I easily absconded and upon having arrived back home, began to ingest sleeping pills, which I washed down with alcohol. A cousin from Cleveland had shown up for a visit with my mom while I was supposed to be hospitalized downtown. When my mother's pleas for me to stop drinking fell on deaf ears, this cousin took it upon himself to intervene, and an altercation ensued. Of course, the police were called. When they arrived, I continued brandishing a knife because I was so stoned to comply with their instructions. I was beaten and arrested and emergently admitted to the Cedars-Sinai Hospital psychiatric unit. There, in a frenzied state, I began kicking the door of the room into which I had been locked. When that failed to receive the desired attention, I set fire to my bedding. They had left me in underclothing and socks, so the lighter that I usually kept in my socks had not been detected. I then picked up a metal cot and started trying to break a window that faced the street. It was soon determined that I was not suited for that facility, and after a brief stay at home, I was transferred to the Rest Haven Psychiatric Hospital. Once again, an attempt by my loving parents to help me produced few, if any, results. A common practice for me during my time at Rest Haven was to use my walking pastime, an occasion during which we could walk around outside, to sneak down the hill to Chinatown, where I would talk strangers into purchasing liquor for me. It was the only period in my life that I drank consistently, consuming at least a fifth of Boone's Farm wine and half a pint of vodka almost daily, and I was only 15 at the time. My antics went unnoticed for the most part, but there were those occasions when I really overdid it and was placed in the lockdown ward, where inevitably I would end up rolling around in my own vomit. It was also at Rest Haven where I first fell in love. There was a stunningly gorgeous 14-year-old Native American girl, Amanda, at Rest Haven. We quickly became friends, but she did not feel romantically inclined. The closest I got to a relationship with Amanda was when we played the leads in Romeo and Juliet, and I imagined that we were truly young lovers. That drama class was quite an experience. The rehearsals were great fun. The night we would perform publicly approached rapidly. On the evening of our big show, another patient at Rest Haven suggested a journey across town. We made it back to Rest Haven, a little late, but in one piece, and I attempted to perform the lead role of Romeo after having ingested LSD, hash, and opium. It proved to be quite a challenge, but one that I managed. Amanda was utterly disgusted by my behavior, and we were never again very close. Eventually, I returned home, but not much in my behavior or attitude had changed. What was soon to change was my neighbors' tolerance for my continued presence in the community. In 1972, I had ended up in juvenile detention for several weeks, and absent some dramatic change, it appeared that the judge had no intention of permitting my release. My parents were therefore confronted with the terrible choice of either losing their son to the state penal system or departing the home that they had known in Los Angeles for 18 years. Their decision was made even more emotional by the fact that I was brutally gang raped while in juvenile hall. So many people have suggested that my parents should have simply abandoned me, either by kicking me out of the house or letting me rot in jail. But that would have meant abandoning their Christian precepts. My mother and father always saw a child as a labor of love. Having observed their patience as well as their unconditional love for me has been an incredibly poignant lesson in Christian love, the love of God. I only wish that every child had parents who never quit on them. Anyway, my mom and dad not only wished to liberate me from the clutches of juvenile justice, but also hoped that a change in residence would stimulate my return to normalcy, so they uprooted the family home. Our new locale was a mile or two down Sunset Boulevard, not far from the home of O.J. Simpson and that of his murdered wife, Nicole. While it was an extremely nice area, it tragically turned out to be yet another failed endeavor. Considering the number of private schools, the amount of therapy, confinements in psychiatric hospitals, types of discipline, and police intervention, I simply cannot fathom how anyone could interpret my parents' actions as negligent. My abject unwillingness to pursue responsible objectives, my absolute failure to seriously deal with having been raped several times, and my purposeful turning away from God and godly pursuits are the multi-pronged source of the evil perpetrated against me, as well as of those evils in which I willingly took part. In addition to the sexual assaults, the 1970 molestation, and 1972 gang rape, I was again attacked in 1972 while my parents and I vacationed in Aspen. A local musician had taken me to his home and sexually abused me. During the early 1970s, although I was only in my mid-teens, my life was one continual downward spiral into increased crime and drug abuse. Nothing that had been important in my earlier life, neither my parents nor God, appealed to me. It was during that period of my life, however, that I had one and only girlfriend, Sophie, prior to the woman who became my wife many years later. In January of 1973, I had ended up in jail on a charge of incorrigibility that my parents had lodged in yet another loving attempt to rein in their wayward son. My release occurred on my 17th birthday. At that time, I was enrolled in the extension program of the public high school. University, or uni high school, was what we called Stoner High. Probably every public high school has one, a spot on the fringes of school property where problem students are exiled, and that had become my fate. Soon after the onset of my attendance at this facility for losers, a beautiful girl showed up, Sophie. A week or two after the appearance of Sophie, some of my friends, we were a group of stoners who usually ditched school so we could hang around and get high, mentioned that a great party was going to be held at the house of some girl who happened to be the daughter of a very famous Hollywood movie producer. I eagerly agreed to accompany them. Entering the sprawling ranch-style home, my jaw dropped. It was Sophie's house. We spent the evening together, and as the shindig came to a close, Sophie indicated that I should stay. At age 17, I experienced sexual relations with a female for the first time in my life. Over the ensuing months, we were inseparable, but she had some drug charges pending from before we had met, and in the summer of 1973, Sophie went to a juvenile detention center. In an attempt to keep us together, my mother petitioned the court for custody so that Sophie and I could be married and reside with my parents, but the judge denied the request. We had to content ourselves with letters until she began getting furloughs every month or so. Her father never really liked me, and the last time I saw Sophie was after having sex in the back of her car, when her dad showed up and I fled on foot, with him chasing me down the street. By the time of her next furlough, my 18th birthday was approaching, and I was in jail myself, but that's another story. It was while Sophie was in jail, during the summer of 1973, that I dabbled in the music business when my dad landed me a job with his cable radio station. In 1972, my father had retired from the United States Army as a one-star general. At around the same time, his prowess as an executive with Hughes Aircraft resulted in his having become a highly sought-after communications expert. A company known as Teleprompter had begun a cable television station that was based in Los Angeles called Theta Cable, and my father was approached about becoming its president, a move that Hughes Aircraft endorsed by loaning him to Teleprompter and Theta Cable. Even in my relatively depraved state, I still adored my father and admired his example of honor and integrity. Prior to my having worked at the radio station, I had been temporarily employed at the cable company as an installer, an experience during which I had an occasion to observe my dad's management style. Dad was an extraordinarily accomplished man, yet he was so humble and treated all employees with utmost respect. During his regular tours of the station, he would engage all levels of staff, from line workers and camera operators to upper management, in candid discussions about their opinions and concerns. Despite my evil involvements, I always prized the model of honor that my beloved dad perennially evidenced. May God guard and perfect his soul. As an innovative master in communications, my father expanded Theta Cable's services to include a premium movie station, the Z Channel, and a rock radio station. My penchant for rock music led me to having successfully petitioned my father and the KBLE radio station owner-manager for a position as the station librarian. Initially, I intended to pursue a career in the music industry. The ability to watch noted guest broadcasters such as Barbara Birdfeather and Wolfman Jack, as well as to secure the latest releases from record companies, would provide the requisite education and connections for success. In virtually no time, as had unfortunately become my habit, I corrupted good ideals into ungodly ones. I misappropriated my duties as station librarian by warping interactions with the Hollywood record companies into illicit enterprises that involved band members and their managers. My new ambitions included attending parties in the Hollywood Hills with superstars: Keith Richards, Jimmy Page, Joe Perry, Lou Reed, David Bowie, Iggy Pop, Sly Stone, John Kay, etc. To further my involvement with these superstars, I increased the frequency of my pharmacy break-ins. I had discovered that a consistent stockpile of narcotics would increase the likelihood of my popularity, because most of the early 1970s rock bands were heavily into drugs. Since I owned the best dope, I commanded much attention. Proof positive that once the devil gets his claws into you, the pit truly becomes bottomless. Having already increased my involvement in drugs via felonious pharmacy break-ins, I then furthered my putrid agenda by expanding into occasional theft. My old League of Social Destruction co-founder, Jimmy, had joined me on burglaries in the ultra-rich Bel Air section of Los Angeles. Our intent was to requisition the proceeds from our criminal enterprises to facilitate our ability to routinely keep company with some of the world's most famous rock bands. Looking back, my pursuits clearly furthered my abandonment of God. It was in that despicable condition, absent God and religion, a slave to demons, ill from PTSD, having absolutely devastated my parents, clothed in profound dishonor, that I approached my 18th birthday. Chapter 4. Rachel, the Middle Years. I arose early on the morning of the 8th of October, 1974, to the sound of the constant ringing of the phone. I heard my mom talking to many different people during those telephone conversations and knew at once that something significant had happened. Furthermore, even though it was much too early for my dad to have left for work, he was not home. Eventually, my mother got off the phone and retreated to her room in a state of despair. The unfolding of those circumstances had frightened me to the point that I actually thought that something had happened to my dad. I went into my mother's room and in a shaky voice asked her what was occurring. As soon as she uttered the words, "Something bad has happened," I screamed, believing that it was about my beloved daddy. Continuing, my mom told me that my father had received a call late in the night about something being wrong with Gammy, so he had gone to Gammy's house and then accompanied her to the hospital. And then came those god-awful words that continue to haunt me even today. My mother told me, "Gammy has passed away." I was devastated and initially reacted by grabbing a picture off my mom's wall and dashing it to the floor. I then ran out of the front door in hysterics. I simply could not conceive of life without my Gammy. I soon returned home and found my mother on the telephone again. Screaming, I pleaded with her to take me to the hospital. I wanted desperately to see my beloved Gammy. At the hospital, I learned that Gammy had suffered a massive cerebral hemorrhage and had been placed on life support. The doctor stated that were she to ever come around, she would be a vegetable. Moreover, Gammy had signed a "do not resuscitate" document, so she had to be taken off of life support. That was not at all an easy development for Gammy's doctor. He had met her when she had been a guest at the El Corona Ranch in the 1950s and had been her physician for nearly as long. Unable to do it himself, he had one of the nurses remove Gammy's life support. I was pretty much inconsolable, so the doctor ended up giving my mom a prescription for Valium for me. The following day, a touch of reality tinged with fear began to sink in. My refuge, my Gammy, was gone. The funeral occurred a few days later. Afterward, many people from church stopped by our house with some food. As soon as we had arrived home, my mother drove off. I knew exactly where she had gone, to the nearest store for a bottle of alcohol. So it was that when my dad and I needed her most, Mom abandoned us. Later on that day, she disappeared into her room in a drunken daze. Although Gammy had been my paternal grandmother, she was loved and adored by all of my maternal kinfolk, especially by my mom's twin sister, Mary. At that time, Aunt Mary and Uncle Jim were on a military base in Greece, where Uncle Jim was stationed. It really upset them not to have been able to attend Gammy's funeral. My return to school in the fall of 1974, when I was 12 years old and on my first year at McGee Junior High School, was extremely difficult after Grammy's passing. Class attendance, the attempt to study math, social studies, and so on seemed so unnecessary. I had a hard time coping and at times even had to leave class and go home. It took quite a while to edge back into the school routine. My mother's drunken behavior made my adjustment even more of a struggle. Then came the holidays. So many cherished memories of preparing Christmas feasts with Gammy made that 1974 celebration of Jesus Christ's Nativity such an unbearable experience. Typically, as at almost every Christmas, Mom was drunk. In 1975, my brother, who had begun to run track in his freshman year at high school, was then in his sophomore year. That spring, my brother had a big track meet, and my mom, who was in a highly intoxicated state, intended to attend the event. When I returned home from school that afternoon, she insisted that I accompany her in the car, something that often occurred when she had been drinking. I desperately tried to think up an excuse and even visited my neighbors to inform Mrs. C about this dire development. Mrs. C, bless her heart, then told my mother that I had an important exam the next day and therefore required the aid of her elder daughter to prepare more effectively. Thankfully, my mom agreed to let me remain behind. She embarked on her drunken journey on her own, and I was exceedingly grateful to not have gone. The family expected Mom home at around 5:30, but as supper time approached, her continued absence became a cause for concern. Mrs. C knew that I would be joining her clan for dinner, an occasion that had become a common occurrence as a result of my mother's alcohol abuse. Finally, my dad called Mrs. C's house at about 7 p.m. with unwelcome news. Predictably, Mom had been in a really bad accident. Apparently, in a drunken stupor, she had veered off the road and crashed into a metal pole. Thank the good Lord that no one else was involved. As for my mother, although she had completely totaled the car, she had only suffered some minor bruising. However, she did end up in jail. When the topic of bail arose, I begged my father to leave her incarcerated. He couldn't. He loved her and went off to secure her release. During the ensuing days, my mom acted rather reclusively, spending much time in her room. When my dad purchased another vehicle for her, it seemed to brighten her mood. My mother even went back into the rehabilitation center. However, my brother and I had a very disappointing experience with the rehab director, one that perhaps explains why my mother's recovery endeavors never enjoyed lasting impact. During a visit to my mom at rehab, my brother and I spoke with the director, a character who was an avid apologetic for our mother's substance abuse. She suggested that my brother and I were at least partially responsible for Mom's substance abuse. I may have been only 12 and may not have displayed the best of manners, but I informed that woman in no uncertain terms that my brother and I were not to blame for my mother's alcoholism. I went on to give her a piece of my mind before my brother and I stormed out of her office. My mom stayed at rehab for approximately 60 days. As bad as it may sound, I must admit that it was nice to not have her stumbling around the house. We, my dad, my brother, and I, occasionally visited Mom at the center. Each time we returned home, it was a return to a less stressful home environment for all of us. Gigi, my mother's mom, and her mother, my great-grandmother, were in Tucson, so I visited them frequently. Those visits were not like the ones that I had once enjoyed with my Gammy. Gigi worked, and I'm sure the last thing she wanted to do at the end of the day was entertain a kid. Thus, the summer of 1975 was a bit troublesome, as were most of the summers of my childhood. We made some plans to have lunch with my mother at the rehabilitation center for my birthday, but I was skeptical of a joyful visit. I was aware that my mother had engaged previously in surreptitious trysts with other men, knowledge that no 12-year-old daughter should have to endure. At that time, I strongly suspected that she was involved with another resident at the rehab clinic. My relationship with my mom was fraught with perennial suspicion. I distrusted her, so I always thought that she was up to something. My suspicions were usually confirmed by discovering her many dishonorable deeds. On the occasion involving my 13th birthday in August of 1975, my dad and I were late for the scheduled lunch. When we entered the rehabilitation center, we noticed that my mom was seated with a man at one of the tables. While there were other patients around, it just seemed odd to me. I sensed that something more than a casual acquaintance was afoot. My mother was especially cavalier in demeanor and grumbled, "You're late. I've already eaten." This took place on my birthday. We had thought it would be a nice treat for my mom, and believed that she desired to spend time with me on my birthday. We remained only a few minutes. I was very hurt. My mom was released from rehab a few weeks later. Once home, her behavior seemed quite strange. She hardly ever left her room. Actually, she really didn't seem to be happy to be home. That fateful premonition turned out to be accurate. Once my mother's relationship with Ed became known, it was almost time for me to begin my second year at McGee Junior High School, when my mother announced to my dad that she intended to go on a camping trip with some friends from the rehab center. My mom had never been camping, nor had she ever had a whit of interest in the outdoor life. Huge red flags went up in my mind. A few days later, I found my mom packing all of her clothes, and some of mine, as we wore the same size. Jewelry, everything. The man that I had seen with my mother at the rehab table was in the house, and immediately I knew that something was amiss. My mom tried to pawn him off as an innocuous friend, while Ed tried to assume control of the situation by ordering me to serve him a cup of coffee. Of course, I refused. My mother was furious, but she kept packing her things. Then my mom left with Ed in the car that my father had purchased for her. I knew that she was leaving us. It fell to me to notify my dad, who was at work. It was one of the hardest things I have ever had to do, to call my precious daddy and tell him what had happened. He returned home right away and noticed that all of Mom's things were gone. All he could manage to do was to sit on the edge of the bed in tears as he realized that Mom had left him for Ed, a heroin addict. Not long after my mother's abandonment of us, my dad learned that she had pawned all of her jewelry, even her wedding band. Then divorce papers were filed. I was in abject fear over the prospect of my mother gaining custody of my brother and me. This potential threat hung over our heads as my brother and I took the city bus to attorney's office to declare that we wanted to live with our father. Earlier, my mother had telephoned us in an attempt to persuade us to live with her, probably so she and Ed could receive government assistance money for having dependent children. But I told her that that would never happen. We categorically informed the attorney that we desired to remain with Dad. I even told him that if he separated my brother and me from our dad, we would run away. My brother was 15, and I had just turned 13. He was old enough by law to decide who to live with, but I was not. The lawyer assured my dad that he would get custody of both of us. Dad did get custody of us, and he also retained the house, since he had to pay off my mom's debts. Still, all he wanted were his children and his home. Soon after being denied custody of her children, my mother took off with Ed and moved to Farmington, New Mexico. I would not hear from my mom for over a year until Christmas of 1976. It was also in the fall of 1975 that some new neighbors moved to a few doors down, a pastor, his wife, and their 3 kids. I became their babysitter both in their home for their children and at their church's nursery. Although the new family was non-denominational, a fact to which I will later return, it did not trouble them that I had been raised in and continued to attend the Church of Christ. It was during the summer of 1976, when I was nearly 14 old, that I began competitive running. I was encouraged by my brother, who had begun to run as a freshman at Saguaro High School and was then about to enter his senior year. We were very close and did much of our training together. He was pretty good. In fact, in the fall of 1976, my dad and I attended one of my brother's cross-country meets in Paradise Valley, and my brother did well enough to place 9th in the entire state. We were so proud of him. Another significant fall of 1976 event, although one that was not at all joyful, occurred when the quarterback for the Saguaro High School football team passed away in a horrible automobile accident. He had been a very popular and extraordinarily nice kid, and most of the school's assembly attended his beautiful and moving Catholic funeral. However, during one especially poignant moment, the deceased mothers attempted to pull her son out of the casket. I became extremely frightened and began to contemplate my own mortality. I had previously engaged in some discussions with the new neighbors, Pastor Jeff and his wife Janice, about their church's views on salvation. With the sudden death of a young, vibrant athlete, I found myself in a more profound struggle for the truth about salvation. I rushed home after the funeral, hurriedly changed clothes, and then scampered off to Jeff and Janice's residence. Janice was at home and ushered me in. I explained what was occurring, my fears, questions, etc. After having brought her up to date, I then posed a simple question to Janice. How could I go to heaven? Generally, in non-denominational practices, when inquiries regarding salvation are posed, there are 2 questions they will ask. 1, if you were to die today, would you go to heaven? And 2, when God asks, why should I let you into my kingdom, what would you say? These interrogatories are a preamble to what they call the sinner's prayer, and Janice posed both. My replies were, yes, I would go to heaven, and because I have been a good person. Janice instructed me by telling me that good works, like being a good person, will not guarantee an individual's entry through the gates of heaven. She continued by adding that only by accepting Jesus Christ as one's Savior was entry into God's kingdom possible. Right then and there, I informed Janice that I wanted to go to heaven and that I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. We immediately kneeled, and then Janice led me in praying the sinner's prayer. Lord Jesus Christ, I acknowledge all of my sins and seek forgiveness from you for all of them. and I accept you as my personal Lord and Savior. Amen. At that time, I was no longer babysitting at their church nursery, although I had remained as the babysitter for their children. Upon having uttered the sinner's prayer with Janice, I also became a member of Jeff's local church in Tucson, a membership that I would maintain for the next few decades. Clearly, my brushes with the concept of death over a relatively short period of time, my Gammy's passing in October of 1974, my mother's near-death car crash in the spring of 1975, and the death of a vibrant high school quarterback in the fall of 1976, incited my profound awareness that the good Lord was calling me to Him. My attendance at Jeff's church was far more intense than that of my previous cursory attendance at the Church of Christ. By the fall of 1976, a heartfelt and utter commitment toward the working out of my salvation had resulted in my being a neophyte congregant at Jeff's Bible Church. There were 2 weekday and 2 Sunday services. I went to all of them. My dad had continued to work at Skaggs Drugstore, which had become Osco. When a new store opened near Saguaro High, my father was transferred there as the assistant manager. This turned out to be quite convenient, since it made it easy for my brother and me to drop by. Actually, there even came a time when the manager would let me occasionally work there if I didn't have any chores at home, which meant that I didn't have to spend too much time alone in an empty house. It had fallen to me to do the housework, the cleaning, the laundry, cooking, marketing, and so on. So I had little time for friends and activities. I did still do cross-country running, which was a tremendous outlet for me. My brother was good about taking me places, such as on shopping excursions for family needs. Occasionally, we took those excursions in the elderly 1964 green Volkswagen Beetle that my dad had been left with after my mother had abandoned us. The vehicle was on its last legs. It had no passenger seat and needed to be push-started most of the time. We always joked that it was probably the reason why my brother had gotten so good at running, especially since on many a morning Dad would walk up to my brother's door and knock on it gently while whispering, "Son, son." As Christmas of 1976 approached, my mom called. It was the first we had heard from her since the fall of 1975. She announced that she had returned to Tucson with Ed, the heroin addict, and were staying with some of Ed's kinfolk. While Ed's sister-in-law was a strong Christian woman who had really tried to help my mother, things did not turn out well between them. Learning that my mom was again living in Tucson was a disturbing development. The reprieve from her insanity was over. Part of the divorce decree entitled my mother to seeing my brother and me. We tried to refuse, but were unsuccessful. I was very apprehensive about that first time when I was to see her again after such a long time, and my brother graciously accompanied me. I was very afraid of Ed, a man over 6 feet tall and much larger in girth than one would expect from a career junkie. It didn't help that his chronic drug abuse had made him extremely unpredictable. I was stunned at my mother's appearance and also noticed the bad scars on her arms. Apparently, she had been in a car accident in New Mexico when the car had run into 2 horses, one of which had gone through the windshield, which had resulted in the scarring of her arms. In fact, bits of glass remained in her arms for several years. It seemed to be poetic justice that my mother had left in the car that my dad had bought her, and soon thereafter totaled it. I had somehow come to the belief that my mom's return to Tucson meant that she was sober. I immediately knew, however, on the day of that first visit, that she had in fact continued to abuse alcohol. At that time, I had thought her behavior was due to alcohol and perhaps prescription medication abuse. But to my dismay, I later learned that Ed had led her into the netherworld of heroin. Christmas of 1976 came and went without incident. Gifts and pleasantries were exchanged. But my mother's return to Tucson meant that I had to see her more often. This was difficult for me. Whenever I saw her, Ed was present. He tried to be chummy, but I rejected his niceties. He made me sick. How could it have been otherwise with his having taken away my mom and my being so afraid of him? Moreover, it was incredibly hard on my father, a kind and hard-working man, to live with the reality that my mom had left him for Ed, a criminal and a heroin addict. My mother had even taken Ed's last name. My stomach began to trouble me, a condition directly related to the turmoil of having my mother around. I went to the hospital for tests, and when all was said and done, the doctor told me to stay away from my mother and that I'd be fine. I really think my deep-seated suspicion of her, coupled with a complete lack of trust in her, was just too overwhelming for me. Things worsened in the spring of 1977. My brother's high school graduation ceremony was scheduled for early June. On the very day of the commencement ceremony, my mother called to tell my brother that she would not be in attendance. She was in jail. Apparently, she had passed some bad checks and been arrested. Although my brother was devastated, neither of us were surprised. Later on, in the summer of 1977, after my mother was released from custody, my mother's mom, Gigi, began to support my mom and Ed. Gigi had worked at the same dress shop for a few decades. Living on a meager income and having to subsidize her daughter's existence in a seedy motel was a significant drain for her. At least we did not see my mother as much that summer. In fact, my dad had purchased a conversion van, and we, my dad, my brother, and me, enjoyed a fantastic vacation. We journeyed west to California and the ocean, and then north, all the way to the state of Washington. That was a glorious excursion. By the end of summer vacation 1977, I was 15 years old and entering my sophomore year at Saguaro High School. My mom continued to sponge off of Gigi and maintained her codependent relationship with Ed. There were times when she was not with him. It was during one of those occasions that my mother had even talked my dad into permitting her return to our home in the guest bedroom. Of course, this did not turn out well. My mom had continued her drinking and had somehow gotten hold of about 24 Valium, which she decided to take all at once. The result was awful. My mother began to hallucinate and thrashed about wildly in bed. We had to hold her down during the 15-mile trip to the Kino Hospital emergency room. By the time we arrived, not even the orderly, a one-time Mr. Arizona title holder, could control my mom. She was treated for an overdose and then spent several weeks in the psychiatric ward where I visited her a few times. Once she got out of there, my mother stayed at Gigi's for a while and actually did fairly well, even though she worked several jobs and was not successful at any one of them. My great-grandmother was living with Gigi too, so my mom had a great help with the house and meals. As far as we knew, Ed was not around during that time, which is probably why she fared better. Such were the events for the rest of 1977 and throughout 1978. But I did have my running, and I did well in school. I adjusted to the difficulties in my life. I held on to my faith in God to get me through. During my senior year at Saguaro High, classes were for only half a day. So I would go to school in the morning and then do household chores and run in the afternoon. I must say that my mother outdid herself for my graduation from high school in June of 1980. She bought me a beautiful dress, and she attended my graduation. Chapter 5. Frank, Adulthood. I turned 18 in a predictable place, prison. In the months leading up to January of 1974 and my 18th birthday, my parents' efforts to dissuade my continued abhorrent behavior never wavered. By the fall of 1973, I had eased up on many of my more extreme pursuits, armed robberies, attacks on Department of Water and Power outposts, etc., out of a sense of responsibility to Sophie, who was imprisoned at that time. I was still heavily involved in drug trafficking and other felonious enterprises. Mom and Dad had, unfortunately, become all too acquainted with my penchant for such pastimes. They endeavored, as always, to orchestrate a tragedy for straightening out their wayward son. Their new plan of action allowed for me to accompany my father on business trips around the country. My father's presidency at Theta Cable was a very much hands-on operation. He had taken on the responsibility of expanding the company's services nationwide by personally attending board meetings and city council hearings in different states. The idea behind my accompanying him on some of those excursions was to keep me out of trouble. We traveled mostly along the eastern seaboard, but there were also trips to Idaho, Colorado, Hawaii, and elsewhere. For the most part, I was quite well behaved. In fact, during those times with my dad, I felt, well, normal again. Of course, those trips did not last forever. Once I returned from those momentary reprieves from lunacy, which were rather like forays into the brief twinkling of childhood innocence, I seemed to lose no time in resubmerging myself in decadency. My lifestyle of reckless abandon produced nothing other than several arrests in abrupt succession. Some of the detentions were for relatively minor infractions, such as being collared for simple drug possession, small amounts of marijuana. However, I also accrued a few more serious charges. Although I had finally realized that fraudulent entry into drug stores was overly dangerous, I decided to violate my maternal grandmother's abode and sense of security in an effort to obtain prescription drugs. I considered such a violation to be less dangerous and injurious endeavor. After having broken into her premises, I made my way to a large chest of drawers which I knew held a cache of pill bottles that had accumulated over the decades. My dear grandmother, who had always lovingly nurtured me, had to endure the indignity of having her home broken into by her own grandson. I soon thereafter added injury to insult by stealing her car so I could go on a joyride to Oregon. On another occasion, I stole some property from the rooftop of a business establishment. My accomplice informed on me, and I was subsequently arrested and charged. The usual routine that accompanied captures for such offenses involved a trip to the nearby West Los Angeles police station, where I would be offered my freedom in exchange for a written confession. This arrangement with local law enforcement enabled my liberation from custody and a return home, while police secured incontrovertible evidence of guilt, quid pro quo. In December of 1973, just prior to turning 18, I had several pending court appearances. Generally, a pending court date for a previous offense would be postponed when new charges were lodged for subsequent crimes. Such a situation permitted me to temporarily delay the inevitable, while enabling the prosecution to stack up the charges so that once I finally did appear in court, the mere number of felonious indictments would ensure a period of incarceration. With my 18th birthday mere weeks away, judicial proceedings on accumulated violations that included grand theft auto, drug possession, attempted grand theft, receiving stolen property, and even a charge of incorrigibility that had been lodged by my parents, could no longer be suspended. So I recruited a few buddies, stole my father's car, and embarked upon what was intended to be one last lost weekend in Las Vegas. We did not get very far. A carload of long-haired stoners tooling down the interstate in the middle of the night rapidly attracted the attention of the California Highway Patrol. In no time at all, I was treated to the less than desirable accommodations of a small-town jailhouse. The end result of that escapade was a return to the Los Angeles County Juvenile Hall and a plea arrangement, where I pled guilty to a couple of the charges in exchange for a 6-month sentence in one of California's roughest prisons, the Youth Training School, YTS, in Chino. The advantageous environment in which I had been raised had shielded me from blighted neighborhoods and the gang activity that so often characterizes many impoverished areas. Upon entering YTS, I experienced significant culture shock and encountered a whole new breed of character. Up until that point in my life, I had been the product of well-to-do society and immersed myself during my teen years in the drug scene. To suddenly experience youngsters who advocated racial supremacy and employed violence as the answer to all problems was quite disconcerting and very frightening. I felt overwhelmed by a sense of distressed disorder, which arose from having not previously been concerned about my racial constitution to having to even contemplate interaction with non-white kids. For me, this was something akin to a capital offense. A crisis stage of disquietude erupted when I experienced my first riot. As in most prisons, there was a communal athletic field at YTS. Several months into my sentence, there came a day when several hundred prisoners were milling around the centralized recreation area. Some of us were readying ourselves for a pickup baseball game. All at once there was a collective sensation of tension, and then an explosion of activity. I had pretty much stayed to myself during that stint behind bars. Having not really fit in with the other prisoners, I was unsure as to exactly how friendly I should become with already hardened criminals, so I had made only a few casual acquaintances. My status did not allow for me being privy to insider information, so I had no idea that a riot was in the works. In my brief tour as a state prisoner, I had become aware of 2 general jailhouse rules. 1, mind your own business, and 2, always stay alert. So, once everybody began to run everywhere, I kept watch, or so I thought. Unbeknownst to me, a black guy crept up behind me. By the time I became aware of his presence, it was too late to block a strike or to even duck. The next thing I knew, a baseball bat crashed into my lower lip. Somehow I was not seriously injured, although several lower teeth became permanently misaligned. As a young teenager, I had learned some martial arts, the basics of which I had picked up on the UCLA campus. Those basic skills enabled me to rapidly disarm my attacker before he could get off another swing. Then I heard several voices in the background yell, "Hit him!" and "Do it!" I wasn't really sure, but I figured out that I was supposed to retaliate. At that time in my life, my martial arts abilities served as a means of protection. To inflict willful injury on a human being was an alien concept. Nonetheless, I smashed that kid's knee with a bat. I guess my bravery in combat had impressed some of the higher-up white gang leaders, because from then on I was pretty much accepted as one of them, and therefore privy to insider information. Not only had my initiation into violence been secured, but my admission into white supremacist activity and prison life was also underway. The 6 months at YTS passed with relatively little other uproar. My inclination for the countercultural resulted in my befriending another prisoner who happened to have some extreme and unpopular beliefs. He was a Satanist, and I found myself dabbling again in the occult. Several years earlier, I had also had some brushes with the occult with UCLA campus radicals. Those brushes had included tarot, astrology, and Eastern philosophy such as Taoism. During that period, I had pretty much shunned any religious involvement, having just escaped the church and wanting to be a free agent. I did not become an ardent practitioner of the dark arts at that point, but several years later, and with fewer competing interests in prison, I became quite involved in a variety of demonic teachings. Those brushes, in no uncertain terms, exacerbated my abandonment of God, in spite of opportunities for involvement in Christian precepts. Soon after I had been locked up in December of 1973, the Reverend from St. Albans Episcopal Church, Father Norm, came to see me several times. Father Norm was an interesting man of Japanese descent. Discussions with him were enjoyable. However, I steadfastly ignored calls to return to God. I did initially contemplate making a deal with God, the "I'll be good if you get me out" scenario, but ultimately I determined to pursue my own agendas, like my soon-to-be involvement with the Satanists while in the YTS. Participation in the occult seemed at the time to be a rather innocuous pastime. Of course, was I ever wrong? I turned a blind eye to all godly pursuits and descended into what was societally frowned upon, my fondness for countercultural agendas. I did not recognize that I was involved with something of a far more insidious nature. Incredibly, I deceived myself into believing that I still believed in God, but had merely decided not to obey Him. What I am pointing to is my own fall into the sin of pride. I believed that I was my own master and could do my own thing, or even become like God. Moreover, seeing God as good, Satan as bad, and the occult as harmless, placed me directly on the stage of sinful pride. I pondered the benefits of magic, believing that I could exert some control over the material world. I fooled myself into thinking it was perfectly fine, as I had always only performed what was considered white magic, that is, so-called benign rituals intended to help others. I actually thought that anything involving magic and the occult was harmless and okay. There I was, an imprisoned youth who had lost his childhood love for God, and who, rather than returning to that love, increased his interest in demonic pursuits. Ironically, at the same time that I was immersed in being the good prisoner, I also fell into violence, racism, and other demented activities that seamlessly agreed with my much later diagnosed PTSD. As the practice of witchcraft demanded secrecy, the ungodly alliance that I had developed with evil became more firmly entrenched within me, since there was no counterbalance to that pathway in my life then. As I look back in horror, I now realize how fully I had linked myself to the underworld. The occult is absolutely not some innocuous pastime. Had I only heeded Father Norm's pleas to lead a godlier life, then I would have opened avenues toward the love of God that would have led to my incarceration becoming an experience that would have incited purification. In other words, if I had sought out the love of God while in juvenile hall, then those circumstances would have resulted in my having been healed of PTSD, as I would have been working out my salvation. My release from prison in June of 1974 found me in even more dire straits, steeped in the filth of the occult, trained in violence, and mired in racial supremacist delusions. Nevertheless, I still owned the choice of recognizing what my many more poor decisions had done to me. I still had the ability to repent from evil by restoring the precepts instilled within me by church and by my loving parents. Sadly, I took the coward's way out by refusing to return to a godly lifestyle. The daily activities of the boyhood that I had once enjoyed with my precious mother were no more. When I was a youngster, my mom had involved herself in the PTA, Parent Teachers Association, at the Brentwood Elementary School, and had been the den mother of my cub troop. She oversaw our gatherings and planned our activities. My mom also took me to Little League practice several times a week and faithfully stayed to cheer me on. Our home had been the place where all of the neighborhood kids played. If no playmates were around, my dear mother would do her very best to play catch or shoot baskets with me. The wonderful family vacations to resorts, or to fish for rainbow trout, or to various ski lodges were also no more. Instead of working to enjoy more of those joyous, loving times, I continued what had become a cruel, merciless habit. I would steal one of the family cars and take off for days. My new way of vacationing would begin by either creating an altercation out of nothing with my mom, or by blowing a minuscule dispute completely out of proportion. Then I would declare that it was impossible to live in such unfair conditions, and claim to have been a victim of the very argument I had fabricated. Finally, I would assert a specious right to escape such a hostile environment and then steal a family car. I would frequently go to Hollywood and hang out with derelicts, consort with drug addicts, and mingle with homosexuals for several days. Another common escape was to take a trip up the coast. I would travel north, up the Pacific Coast Highway to Malibu, where I picked up a few hitchhikers and then continued up the coast to Big Sur or San Francisco. I recall one such incident where I instigated the usual uproar and located where my mother had hidden her car keys. When I got to Big Sur, I steered the car off the side of the road and came to a halt in what I thought was a designated pullout by the roadside. As I was lighting up my hash pipe, I heard a sharp tap on the window. Without thinking, I rolled down the window and saw a uniformed man with a badge on his shirt pocket standing next to my car. The officer was waving his clipboard around in a fervent attempt to escape the cloud that had emerged from my window. He began to speak, and although I could see his lips moving and faintly hear some sound, I in no way comprehended what he was saying. Then, suddenly, I figured out from his gestures that rather than having parked in a pullout, what I had actually accomplished was to have parked across the entrance to a campground. A long line of cars not so patiently awaited my departure so that they could enter the camp. As I turned my gaze from the line of cars to the officer, whom I had by then identified as a forest ranger, I heard him say, "Move along now and have a nice day." I should have recognized the obvious detriments to those nefarious excursions, as they included the crime of grand theft auto, an extremely serious atrocity against my own parents, associating with dangerous deviants, and operating a motor vehicle while severely intoxicated. Sadly, however, I did not. What I have long since recognized is that the single greatest tragedy of my actions constituted the emotional devastation of my parents. My selfish desire for excitement required them to endure dismay while their only child stole one of their cars. I inflicted incredible distress on them with my prolonged absences. My heart breaks as I think of my parents being unable to sleep at night, desperately phoning local police stations and hospital emergency centers in search of their own son. I now see what I had done as an example of how utterly depraved a person can become by leading an ungodly life. My freedom from incarceration in 1974 was not long-lasting. While I was in prison, Sophie had been released and gotten a new boyfriend. She was the only girlfriend I ever had and the only girl with whom I had had sex. Many mental health professionals have suggested a direct link between her rejection of me and what I did in the ensuing months, especially when considering my having been sexually assaulted and the fact of my PTSD. Within 2 months of my release, I was back in jail on a very serious charge. I was riding my motorcycle one day in July of 1974 when I noticed a young girl. She was only 10 years old, staring at me with a look of revulsion. Her look had angered me. At the time, I had not yet developed any desires for sexual relations with children. However, rather than to accept that kid's legitimate reaction to a scruffy-looking criminal, I instead drove up to her and kissed her before speeding away. Given the fact that I had offended a much weaker victim, I was back in custody within days. Finding myself yet again in the Los Angeles County Jail, my indoctrination into prison gang involvement continued. I was placed in what is called high power or maximum security. That section happened to be where several Aryan Brotherhood members, the AB was the main white prison gang, were housed. My naivete and youthfulness inclined them to watch over me, while my efforts to be one of the fellas, a euphemism for AB members, impressed them. In a relatively short time, I became their protege and learned my lessons well. I also began to suffer more severe psychiatric symptoms while in the Los Angeles County Jail. These manifested as both auditory and visual hallucinations, along with acute bouts of disorientation. The mental health care in the Los Angeles County Jail was atrocious, and the medications I had been placed on were ineffective. It was a frightening experience. After having spent the remainder of 1974 in the Los Angeles County Jail's high-power housing unit, hallucinating and learning how to be a veteran convict, I felt that confinement for psychiatric treatment in a mental hospital would be in my best interests. I instructed my attorney to pursue the possibility and eventually was able to plead guilty to lewd conduct, the unlawful kissing, and was sent to California's maximum security mental hospital in Atascadero. I intended to undergo treatment for PTSD. However, that initial good intention did not last long. Soon after my arrival at Atascadero State Hospital, I attempted to fulfill my intent to engage in treatment by enrolling for a university course in psychology from the University of California at Berkeley, on which I did fairly well. Then I was brutally raped, and nothing seemed to matter anymore. I dropped out of university, once again eschewing responsibility for my actions, and immersed myself further in the prison lifestyle. While I did manage to subsequently take and pass a general equivalency test, GED, an alternative to a high school diploma, it was not long before I sought out and ingratiated myself with Aryan Brotherhood members. What strikes me now, although admittedly my participation in psychotherapy was lackadaisical at best, is that psychiatric treatment simply is not at all an effective cure for the soul, nor is it a replacement for involvement in God's spiritual hospital, the Church. The Aryan Brotherhood had an extensive drug operation at Atascadero. Initially, I was responsible for transporting drugs. As time went on, my responsibilities in the drug ring increased. I collected the money made from dealers and received the delivery of drugs directly from the horses, state employees who smuggled contraband to us. I even was, on occasion, permitted to directly negotiate the costs for various amounts of product with horses. That period of incarceration, from 1974 to 1978, between the ages of 18 to 22, in no way altered my decline into evil, nor did I receive treatment for PTSD. The vast majority of that prison sentence was spent in learning to become a far more sophisticated criminal. In fact, I even began to train less experienced prisoners in the art of manipulating staff and getting away with misconduct. Moreover, I continued the many illegal activities that I had engaged in while not in prison. Despite my incarceration, I continued to burglarize medicine cabinets in the very mental hospital to which I had been submitted for treatment. In 1977, about 3 years into my stay at Atascadero, I obtained what was known as an A recommendation. An A recommendation indicates that a patient has undergone treatment with success and the court is asked to release him, whereas a B recommendation indicates that the patient is unamenable to treatment and the court is asked to send the patient to prison. I was moved to the pre-release ward. The recommendation was made its way through the judicial process, and several months later, the judge concurred with the state hospital. My release papers were signed, and I was a mere few weeks away from freedom. Then I did something really stupid. I had been working in the pre-release unit's kitchen and had a vociferous argument with a staff member one day. She was a psychiatric technician trainee in her early 20s who happened to be really good-looking. During the confrontation, I uttered some extremely disparaging remarks, and since she was sleeping with a program director at the hospital, she solicited that supervisor's intervention. The judge was contacted, and my release was rescinded. I was transferred to a regular ward for further treatment. That obviously crushing development was a cause for my growing disenchantment with the system. Although I had routinely manipulated and abused establishment's constructs, I still expected that the judicial and penal processes would function fairly when applied to me. Therefore, the verbal abuse I had hurled at the program director's mistress had resulted in the cancellation of my release, which only furthered my anger at the system. Moreover, the same staff members who were smuggling in drugs began to enter highly detrimental progress assessments in my chart, some of which pertained to suspected drug use and drug sales. Additionally, at approximately that time, the California legislature altered many of the sentencing laws. For instance, lewd conduct had been a 1-to-life sentence that then became a term of 3, 4, or 5 years under the new guidelines. I had been originally given 1 to life, a term that had been suspended so that I could be sent to the Atascadero State Hospital for treatment. Once California adjusted their sentence structures, I was resentenced to the upper term of 5 years. However, since I was in the mental hospital, there was a significant caveat. Unlike prison, in prison, once a sentence has been served, the inmate must be released. I could be returned to court every year such that my stay at Atascadero could be extended for a year upon the hospital's request. Several staff informants let me know that the administration at Atascadero intended to make full use of those annual extensions, and that I should not expect release for a long time. I knew that if I were in the prison system, that I would be very close to a mandatory release, so I immediately set in motion plans to secure a B recommendation from Atascadero in order to be returned to court and sent to prison. I was successful in obtaining a B recommendation in the summer of 1978. After having been imprisoned for 4 years, I reappeared in a Santa Monica courtroom. The judge carefully scrutinized all reports from the hospital and expressed great concern over all the references to my involvement in drugs. Consequently, rather than impose the 5-year term and send me to prison, he instead ordered me into a residential drug program in Pasadena. The Gateway Center was near the Pasadena Rose Bowl and was a well-known treatment facility. The program there required a minimum 9-month residency, during which there were a handful of daily meetings. When not attending one of those sessions, residents were assigned chores, such as sweeping the parking lot for an hour or 2. At that juncture in my life, I had no desire whatsoever to cease my involvement in substance abuse, so it seemed silly to spend 9 months of hell in Gateway when I could go to prison and be out free and clear in 2 or 3 months. I lasted 10 days there. A court-ordered resident at Gateway had no choice but to remain there. To leave would result in an arrest warrant being issued and a subsequent return to custody. So I planned my leave-taking for a Friday evening once courts had closed for the weekend. At that point, all Gateway could do was to inform the court of my desertion so the judge could then issue the warrant. I had until Monday before the law would be after me. Since my desertion from the drug program residency occurred after 4 years of incarceration, I immediately set out to obtain narcotics. Once I had sufficiently medicated myself, I headed off to my parents' house. Obviously, my parents were very surprised to see me and very disappointed that the drug rehabilitation had not been successful. The following day, a Saturday, I took a taxi some 60 miles to a girl's house. We had attended U and Me High School together and had stayed in touch over the years since we were both heavily into drugs. She was able to arrange my purchase of myriad substances. Initially, I had no intention of returning to Gateway, but my parents pressed for my re-entry. I finally acceded to my dad contacting the facility to inquire about my return. They agreed to accept me back. My dad drove me back to the Pasadena facility on Monday and dropped me off in front of the grounds. Prior to announcing my re-entry, I detoured to the bushes and deposited my stash therein. However, from that point on, my scheme went terribly wrong. When I was in the Los Angeles County Jail awaiting court hearings after my return from Atascadero, I had purchased a few $10 packets of marijuana, some of which I had hidden in a toothpaste tube. I had forgotten all about it until the container found its way into the toiletry kit that was at the time being thoroughly inspected by Gateway staff. The remnant half a joint or so was discovered, and I was ejected from residency at the program. Since my return had occurred in the late afternoon, an informatory call to authorities would not be placed until the following morning. So, after having retrieved my stash from its resting place, I headed off for a new escapade. At the first gas station that I came across, I locked myself in the bathroom and began to sample my abundant treasure. I was still in Pasadena and began to navigate the journey to Brentwood, a destination of approximately 20 to 25 miles. After having covered several miles on foot, during which I occasionally ducked into bushes to consume more substances, I took a bus to West Hollywood and then ambled onward toward Beverly Hills. I had veered onto a side street off of Sunset Boulevard when I at last determined to call my parents for a ride home. Consequently, I went to the nearest house and began knocking on the front door. I heard 2 girls hysterically screaming, "Who is it? What do you want?" I was so high that I not only failed to connect their alarm cries with my pounding on their door, but I was also unable to articulate my desire to use their telephone. It was not long before the police showed up. After they searched me, a process that turned up most of my supply, I was on my way back to jail for burglary and drugs. As was often the case, during my experiences with the revolving door justice system, I secured my release from custody within a day or so. However, in addition to my departure from the Gateway Center, I would also have to answer to several felony charges. I again appeared before the judge in Santa Monica, and the sole consequence for everything, leaving the court-ordered drug residency program, burglary, and possession of drugs for sale, was a return to another drug rehabilitation clinic also in Pasadena. I did not plan on spending a minute more than was necessary in my new surroundings. As soon as I had completed orientation and been dispatched to my room, I went to the window and let myself out. I spent about 20 minutes in rehab. That took place in August of 1978, and I immediately left the jurisdiction to visit kin in Austin, Texas. That venture turned out to be quite profitable, at least in my eyes at the time, since I ended up with connections to a Mexican marijuana cartel, as well as to a large methamphetamine lab. Eventually, the law caught up with me in November of 1978, and I appeared yet again before the Santa Monica court judge. During his inquiry, I reiterated my desire to be sent to prison, since 9 months of unwanted drug treatment could not compare to treat 2 or 3 months in prison. Reluctantly, as he had lined up a third residential substance abuse program, in January of 1979, the judge sentenced me to prison, where I completed the 5-year term for lewd conduct. I was not long for the free world because I violated parole in May by having been arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. Having been returned to prison, I met a man from my neighborhood. Marshall was well known to law enforcement, so of course we became acquainted. I was released from custody in November of 1979. Over the next few months, my involvement with more organized forms of criminal activity increased dramatically. From November of 1979 to June of 1980, I was out of prison and providing favors to those still inside. These included several journeys to Northern California, which involved the transportation of methamphetamine, and meetings with manufacturers of speed like outlaw biker gangs. I also pursued my own agendas during those northern forays by seeking out several growers of Sinsemilla, an extremely high-grade strain of marijuana, in Humboldt County. I would purchase several pounds of product and break it up into quarter-ounce and ounce packets for sale. Of course, much of it was smoked by me. Contacts from prison introduced me to several different people who had interacted with Mexican drug cartels who were traffickers of cocaine, large quantities of marijuana, and black tar heroin. One contact was responsible for the transportation of those commodities from south of the border to Los Angeles, while my involvement included bartering weapons for drugs. My colleagues' ties with Mexican rebel factions who were desperate for arms encouraged me in my trade. I either swapped cheap street drugs for guns or stole firearms out of homes. My proficiency at exchanging weapons for pure narcotics at bargain basement prices not only permitted the procurement of chemicals, but also enthralled me. I was very proud of having provided weaponry to Mexican revolutionaries. Speaking of prison contacts, one of my closest associates, the aforementioned Marshall, and I were released at about the same time. Shortly thereafter, we organized a theft ring operation. We utilized thieves who stole jewelry, for which we then paid 25 cents on the dollar at most. Then we would melt down the gold and create new rings, pendants, etc., into which we could reset stones. Those refurbished items were then sold at retail prices at a friend's galleria on Hollywood Boulevard. It was quite a nice operation until some of Marshall's other endeavors resulted in several law enforcement agencies implementing surveillance on us. So I became involved in other interests. One such undertaking developed upon my return to the Lone Star State of Texas, where I reacquainted myself with the Mexican drug cartel. For my services, I received some pay and all the weed I desired. In looking back upon that period of my life, I can only conclude that I had really self-destructed and was awash in discontented rebellion. I endeavored to inflict upon others via a myriad of drugs and crime the same state of discontent and self-destructive tendencies. I excused the evil I was perpetrating and inflicting upon others. I eschewed the standards of my parents had taught me. I disregarded the lessons I had learned in church and school. I justified the manufacture, transportation, and sale of drugs, and in fact considered those options to be acceptable. Finally, I induced others to engage in the same poisonous pastimes. By the spring of 1980, I had recruited several 14 to 15-year-old kids to peddle my wares. They were my inroad to the huge, untapped customer pool in local junior high and high schools. It was exactly those convoluted attempts to legitimize my life of sin that soon led to one of the most tragic events in my life. I have previously referred to my having been sexually molested in 1970 at the age of 14. gang raped in juvenile hall, orally sodomized in Aspen, sexually assaulted at Atascadero, as well as my unsuccessful efforts over those years to overcome PTSD. In general terms, I had failed to address the initial shame, despite having had recourse to immediate opportunities for treatment with psychotherapists, several months at a private residential psychiatric institution, as well as subsequent time in the state mental hospital. I made many attempts to transform my guilt and disgrace into a vehicle wherein I was less compelled to feel humiliation. Such endeavors included normalizing variant strains of misconduct, drug abuse, crime, countercultural involvements, etc. In my mind, today I understand that those endeavors were actually the adaptation of a very irregular, even demonic patterns of thought. I conceptualized sinful behaviors as perfectly legitimate courses of conduct. My efforts to transcend the emotional shock of having been sexually assaulted as a child had developed into seeking to mutate that terrible experience into something that was somehow acceptable. For instance, having been molested by an adult male, I then began to engage in homosexual activity on what I perceived to be a casual basis. This particular activity fit in well with my having eschewed conventional societal norms, as homosexual activity was very much stigmatized at that time. Such forbidden fruit both attracted me and set me firmly on the path toward justifying what had happened to me. It has since become so very obvious to me that my failure to have treated having been a child molestation victim simply led to more and more sin. Merely mentioning that I had been repeatedly molested as a boy fails to wholly present the entire file of my severe trauma. I also had to testify in court against my 1970 attacker and endure continuous sexual harassment from 1973 until the 1980s. Doctors have confirmed that those experiences significantly worsened my PTSD. Today, looking back, I can see how my having coupled with evil promptings, homosexual conduct, drug abuse, pride, anger, despair, and other insidious passions, inflicted horribly irregular patterns of thought. A conglomeration of competing evil concepts took up residence in my mind and in my heart. For instance, I suffered from intense guilt over having been sexually assaulted several times, a guilt that erupted not only as a consequence of having been attacked, but which also resulted from feeling at least partially responsible for those abuses. It was I who had decided to place myself in a man's home, which culminated in the initial 1970 molestation. I had landed myself in juvenile hall, wherein I suffered brutal abuse. I had willingly entered a stranger's residence that led to the Aspen assault, and I had wound up in detention at Atascadero, which led to yet another assault. Feeling partially responsible for the atrocities visited upon me led me to try to accept those horrible events as somehow normal. I sought to adopt something as an abominable as sexual relations between males as not merely permissible, but further as a positive endeavor. That is to say, I desperately attempted to explain away what had happened to me by concocting a convoluted scenario wherein I had suffered was okay. My voluntary engagement in homosexuality was a means of sanitizing the forced sexual assaults. When that failed, I sought to deal with the attendant humiliation and anger at having been sexually violated by revisiting the same atrocity upon an innocent child. Somehow, having lost my own innocence, had fueled an ungodly desire to inflict the same horrendous fate upon another human being. The dual desires to both avoid guilt and to impose guilt resided within me and erupted in an extraordinary commission of violence. As I had mentioned, in the spring of 1980, I had initiated a drug operation in Los Angeles with a sales force that incorporated the services of teenagers. Always on the lookout for upscale customers, I also knew a person in the Topanga Canyon area who was smuggling pounds of cocaine from South America. That venture often took me to Hollywood nightclubs frequented by celebrities. One evening, I was introduced to a man who was a movie producer from Pacific Palisades. We made arrangements to meet at a neutral site a few days later to discuss a mutually profitable venture. We did meet at Rustic Canyon Park. However, something about his arrogant and presumptuous nature made me realize that business dealings with him would be unwise. I broke off negotiations with him, and traveling by motorcycle, I doubled back along a secluded fragment of Rustic Canyon. There I espied a young boy who was walking alone. I drove up to that child and engaged him in some trivial banter before forcing him onto my motorcycle. I drove several miles to Will Rogers State Park, where I got him off my bike and escorted him down a barely discernible path. Once assured that we had not been observed, I, God, please forgive me, forced that little boy to engage in oral copulation. I was soon afterwards arrested for that abominable exploit and incarcerated in the Los Angeles County Jail. One of the problems with the justice system of the U.S. involves the predictable result of an accused felon immediately pursuing his release from custody. Justice would be better served were the felon enabled to cultivate shame and sorrow over having injured a fellow human being. Having perpetrated an atrocity against a child, while fully realizing the horrendous results this would impose on him, I nevertheless resolved to avoid responsibility for my evil and destructive deed. I know now that even at that advanced stage of perversity, I could have pursued a return to the state hospital at Atascadero as a means by which to resolve both the shame of having myself been repeatedly molested, as well as the guilt caused by having abused a child. Instead, I sought merely to minimize my culpability and punishment. I even attempted to justify the monstrosity I had committed in much the same way as I had tried to explain away the sexual violence that I had suffered. In my mind, the insane mantra of sex, regardless of age or circumstance, is desirable, was continuously repeated. Satan truly had buried his clutches deep within my heart. Eventually, I accepted a plea arrangement. I would serve only 4 years in prison on a charge that was not sexual in nature. This was unfortunate in that rather than being shunned by the prison population as a child predator, I maintained active participation with hardened criminals. Furthermore, I persisted in my refusal to face what I had become. While in the Los Angeles County Jail, I ran across a prisoner who, although not aware of the circumstances surrounding my detention, was quite willing to further my journey down the dark path. Ned and I had a few acquaintances in common who were involved in the occult, so we struck up an alliance in the cold confines of the jail. Ned introduced me by mail to Edwin, a supposed occult master in Oklahoma. My liaison with Edwin would hound me for many years. Not long afterward, I departed for the California prison system and a 4-year period of incarceration from June of 1980 until May of 1984. I still recall sitting in a cell in the reception center at Chino, a small town east of Los Angeles, and looking across the fields at the YTS, where a few earliers I had resided. And I remembered that when I was at YTS, I had gazed over at Chino's reception center, hoping that I would never end up there. Having re-entered the California prison system, I immediately began to reinforce my carefully contrived status as prison tough guy, mostly via trafficking in drugs and other criminal activities. It is common in prison to find that those who strive the hardest to construct a reputation frequently have something to hide. which was most certainly the case with me. I had smuggled several $100s from the Los Angeles County Jail to the reception center at Chino, an action that enabled me to exert much control over the drug and commissary trade. Chino had some prisoners who did their entire sentence there, known as the Permanent Work Crew, PWC, but those inmates rarely did business with the hundreds of detainees who passed through Chino weekly. Nonetheless, I was able to purchase marijuana, heroin, tobacco, and other items from the PWC that I then sold at sky-high prices. I then set out to even more firmly establish my gangster status by arranging a race riot. I planted whispers in the ears of fellow white prisoners over how disrespectful the blacks had become and posed a solution: a riot. Having successfully instilled disquietude amongst the ranks, I was then able to recruit enough compatriots to implement my scheme with relative ease. Word was passed that as we exited the chow hall, we were to kick off a riot. The attack concluded when we put the black inmates to flight. The white prisoners saw me as a hero. However, the administration punished me by attempting to house me in the same cell as a black man. My refusal to accept what I proclaimed as insufferable accommodations landed me in the hole, so I was again lauded by other prisoners. The first year of that 4-year sentence was spent at an easygoing facility in Central California, just down the road from Atascadero State Hospital. I quickly set up shop as one of the main players in the marijuana trade. Doug, my supplier, was a heroin addict whose wife smuggled in adequate quantities for him to maintain his habit. The cost for heroin was covered by Doug's trafficking in marijuana. He knew an inmate who was responsible for cleaning the visitation area after visitors left, so Doug's wife would leave several packets of pot and a few balloons filled with heroin, which were snuck in every Saturday. Doug would return from having seen his wife before supper, but for the entire evening afterward he was not to be bothered. Saturday nights always found him nearly overdosed from heroin. Later, as the night wore on and cell doors were locked until morning, he would make up packets for distribution. Once the doors had been unlocked for breakfast on Sunday morning, I would pass by Doug's cell so he could hand me my order for which I paid every week. He always stood perched in his doorway, usually propped up by the door jamb after a night of indulgence, clad in his bathrobe, while passing out his wares. Selling drugs in a prison provided quite a platform for status, but it was also risky. I was not only in danger of being apprehended by staff, but I also had to provide occasional enforcement. Sometimes I would make sales on credit, such as when someone was expecting money from family. In order to secure a chunk of their money, I would advance him some pot so that once his funds arrived, I was entitled to a portion of them. Frequently, a customer's money would not come when expected, so he had to be informed that the delay came at a price. If I was owed $10, then a late payment would require $15 to satisfy the debt. Occasionally, someone would gripe about the interest rate or would even refuse to pay it. If the latter was the case, I would enter his cell, slap him a few times, look around for something to take, maybe a watch or radio, and then leave them with both that item and his promise to pay. Once, after an inmate had talked me into forwarding him a fairly large quantity of marijuana, which he then hid, he ran to the sergeant's office to make a false claim that his safety was in danger. His idea had been for him to be put on lockdown so that he could ostensibly keep my product without paying. Whenever I discovered that that prisoner had gotten himself intentionally locked up, after having hid a portion of my marijuana without having paid for it, I took a 10-pound weight from the gym and returned to my cell to make a flash bomb, a device that explodes in a bright ball of flame but with little danger, since virtually no air is displaced. The idea was to create a hugely visible display rather than to inflict injury. I made my way to the offender's cell, where I busted out the 9 by 18-inch window in the door with a 10-pound weight, lit the incendiary device, and tossed it through the broken window. While I never did receive payment for the marijuana, the commotion ensured no further attempts to defraud me, and my reputation soared. I was enthralled with my reputation at the time, but it is clear that the passion of pride governed my life. Over time, prisoners who had checkered pasts, informants, known child molesters, etc., were sent to the same sprawling Central California facility where I was incarcerated. I felt that staying there would have been detrimental to my status. My sentiments soon reached the administration's ears, and I was then transferred upstate to the violent Soledad prison. My time at Soledad did not pass smoothly for 2 reasons. First, I did not get along with the Nazis, another white prison gang, and my cellmate was a Nazi. There had been a killing, and although the entire prison was locked down, a partner of my cellmate was a janitor, and he was allowed out to clean. I involved myself in a drug deal with this same worker, and it went very wrong. The second reason for my rough time at Soledad was due to having received a disciplinary report for tattooing while I had been in the California Men's Colony in Central California. I appealed the findings successfully, but by the time that occurred, I had already served several weeks of confined to quarters punishment. On appeal, I was given a new disciplinary hearing. As I was again found guilty, the hearing officer sentenced me to another few weeks of cell confinement, without credit for the confined to quarters punishment I had previously served. I ended up in the hole for having attempted to assault the lieutenant who was the disciplinary officer. The lieutenant instigated plans to have me attacked by officers, so the administration at Soledad then transferred me to the Management Control Unit, MCU, at another especially violent prison in Northern California known as the Dual Vocational Institute, DVI, or Tracy, since it was located in Tracy, California. Once in MCU, I again proceeded to polish my stature by inciting another riot. At the same recreation area into which we were permitted several times a week, I passed around word that the blacks were planning an attack on us. The next time we went outside, it was with the intent of launching an assault. Of course, I was in the middle of the fray as canisters of tear gas were detonated by guards and smoke filled the area. Then several warning shots rang out, and I saw that moment as the optimal opportunity for eternally cementing my place in prison lore. Thus, despite repeated instructions by the tower officer to cease and desist, I continued stabbing a black inmate. With a burst from the tower guard's shotgun, I was shot off of him. I do not know if the blast was a beanbag, buckshot, or something else, but I was knocked backwards and landed several feet away. That incident led to my being transferred to San Quentin prison. As I think back on my attitude then, I can readily see how my heart had been captured by the passion of vainglory. To attack other prisoners had become honorable to me. I even believed that the resultant discipline was a feather in my cap. I had been sent to one of the worst prisons in the U.S., proud at having finally made it to the big time. By the grace of God, my stay at San Quentin was short-lived, due in part to another confrontation with the Nazis. I was then locked down in the adjustment center before being transferred to Vacaville, a prison north of San Francisco that was relatively non-violent. During that 4-year stretch in prison, I increased my involvement in the occult. I had maintained relations with the aforementioned Edwin, a supposed ranking official in an infamous occult clan, an offshoot of Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templar Orientis. Edwin was able to find me rare books, had sent me LSD a few times, and provided a sympathetic ear, I not only increased my studies in Satanism, but I also became somewhat receptive to his homosexual advances. I had voyaged quite far down the path of darkness and had few, if any, thoughts about God. I was at Vacaville from 1983 until my release from prison in 1984. Although my involvement with Edwin had progressed on a personal basis, interestingly, I still not seen a photograph of him. The facts that he had described himself as tall, part Filipino and part Arabian, that money sent to him for books was lost, that there were some puzzling gaps in his knowledge that an occultist of his ilk should have known, and that he overemphasized sexual relations between us had provoked my suspicion. Throughout that time, I continued to be involved in drug trafficking. In prison, I had always preferred to concentrate on the marijuana trade, but the heavy outlaw biker population at Vacaville preferred methamphetamine. I was able to peddle enough of it to keep myself high on a regular basis, but not without some bumps in the road. The days leading up to the 1983 4th of July celebration began with a 5-gallon batch of homemade wine, 3 grams of speed, and half an ounce of marijuana. Over the next couple of days, I stayed awake on methamphetamine. On the 4th of July, when the homemade wine was ready, I began to drink it, injected more speed, and smoked marijuana until an officer knocked on the cell door. I was to report for kitchen duty, but there was no way I could do so without getting caught for being intoxicated. I told the guard that I had been throwing up and was too sick to work. In about 10 to 15 minutes he returned. The kitchen officer had insisted that I show up. Going to the door, I told the guard to leave while pushing him, and then the door hit him in the lip. Within seconds, dozens of guards showed up. They beat me, and I was dragged to the hole. That was the first time in about 9 years of prison that I had my sentence extended. Unfortunately, my downward decline continued at Vacaville via increased occult studies and further involvement in drugs. If only during that time of incarceration I had been able to see prison as a means by which God had permitted increased adversity in order to guide me back to Him. Obviously, my abandonment of God foreclosed that potentiality at that juncture. I persisted in a godless agenda, a fateful life course that would necessitate more future calamities. I was released from prison in May 1984 and initially had fleeting intentions toward responsibility. In order to help me adjust to outside life, my parents had invited Edwin for a brief stay at the family home in Brentwood. Just prior to my release, I had finally received a picture from him and learned that he was black, not Filipino and Arabian, just African American. My parents did not know that he was an occultist and a homosexual. My concerns over his merely desiring a homosexual relationship and not actually being an occult master increased, but I decided to ride things out for a while. Once Edwin left, I started to work with my father in his church organ repair business and also registered for accounting courses at Santa Monica College. I must note that I gave no thought whatsoever to God in any of the endeavors I undertook at that time. I had continued my involvement in the occult and was toying with homosexuality. Without God, nothing, not work, studies, or any other endeavor, can yield any salvific results. They all become subject to burning, as do wood, hay, and stubble. In short order, I became bored with working for my dad, and as Santa Monica College had made an error on my registration papers, attendance at classes had been postponed for the semester. Rather than initiate other positive objectives, I decided to travel and visit Edwin in Oklahoma. I embarked on that excursion for the purpose of definitively determining whether relations between us would continue, and if so, in what capacity. It did not take long to find out that he was a fraud. Once I was able to snoop around his residence, it became clear that the checks I had sent to him so he could purchase books for me while I was in prison had in fact been cashed by him, not lost as he had claimed. Also, there was no doubt that he was a novice occult practitioner who had only homosexual designs in mind. I did not create a scene, but simply returned to Los Angeles as if everything was okay. At least that misadventure had created a sense of disenchantment with occult practice. However, that is not to say that I was discouraged from criminal enterprises, nor did I pursue a return to godly lifestyle, since I had not yet hit rock bottom. Upon my return to Los Angeles, I decided to travel to Northern California and arrange the purchase of some marijuana. Normally, buyers procure some early bud, marijuana prior to having reached maturity, as a means by which to assess crop potency, but that year's crop had been planted late. Furthermore, a late frost had occurred, which meant that no early bud was available. At the time, I believed that my fleeting good intentions had been somewhat maintained, since I considered the sale of marijuana to upper-crust clientele to be harmless. In light of the weather's effect on the crop, I yet again descended into the outlaw, biker, and methamphetamine netherworlds. The money intended to purchase early bud and to lodge a down payment on that year's late summer crop was, instead, spent on speed. I returned to Los Angeles with several ounces of product. Since my time in Oklahoma had revealed both their poor quality of speed and the high demand, my initial excursion there turned out to be the seeds of a methamphetamine drug ring operation. Also in my company, as I headed back to Brentwood, was a ragtag band of transients whom I had met in Big Sur. I was traveling in my black 280Z Datsun. As it was only a two-seater, one of the nomads rode with me, while the other two were in a blue Honda that they had stolen from a woman in Big Sur. Moreover, since they had just ripped off some marijuana from some surfers in Santa Cruz, the trip down the coast was a pleasant one. Although their having left a trail of thefts behind them posed some danger, my endless yarns about prison yard exploits had luckily served their intended purpose of dissuading them from ripping me off. I only spent one night at my parents' before continuing on toward Oklahoma and my plans to set up a methamphetamine practice. What my poor parents must have thought as they rose the next morning and were met with the sight of their son and several other long-haired freaks camping out in their backyard, only God knows. Afterwards, we stayed for a couple of days in Tucson, the apparent home of my friendly transients. Then one of them, Jack McDonald, accompanied me east on Interstate 10. Upon my arrival in Oklahoma, I parceled out packets of speed to my dealers and congratulated myself on having fashioned a successful multi-state drug operation. How deviant my ambitions and life had become. While my relations with the drug culture in small-town Oklahoma had flourished, my involvement with Edwin took a bad turn, one that would inflict significant harm in coming years. When Edwin heard that I had returned to the Midwest and was staying with a well-known drug dealer, he came over and asked me to go for a ride with him, a venture that took us to a deserted road along an Air Force base. Admittedly, I had lessened the frequency of contact with Edwin, knowing that a homosexual relationship with him or any other male was not to be. Still, I felt terribly guilty over having led him on. When Edwin expressed his concern that I no longer desired relations with him, I confirmed his fear as gently as possible. Edward then blurted out, "God damn it. I could have had a great relationship with an Air Force sergeant, but I decided to be with you. Now you have let me down and you have ruined my life. You'll be sorry, Frank." As we headed back to where I was staying, I attempted to explain how I was sorry about just not being ready for any kind of relationship, and re-emphasized how bad I felt about having let him down. In reality, the multiple times that I had been sexually assaulted and the fact that I had visited the same atrocity on a boy made sexual relations or any intimate involvements unappealing to me. Much of the foundations of my methamphetamine business had been put in place, but before returning to Los Angeles, I loaned my car to one of my dealers so he could pick up a load of marijuana in Texas. The two of us had determined to include part-time marijuana sales along with dealing speed. While awaiting his return, I contacted Edwin. I still felt awful about how devastated he had been. So under the guise of wanting to borrow a little marijuana, I made arrangements to see him. I thought perhaps an opportunity to ease his distress would arise. Unfortunately, things went bad as soon as he opened the door when he again angrily expressed his dismay. I became pretty frustrated, having seen myself as experiencing significant regret over his despair. I had tried to be sensitive to his feelings, but only received venomous attacks in return. I reacted by throwing in his face my knowledge that he had ripped off my family for the book money. Edwin disappeared into his room momentarily, and when he emerged several minutes later, he threw the 2 books that my parents had intended for me on the couch while screaming, "Here's your damn books, now get out." My dealer was scheduled to return my car the next day, and I then planned to depart for Los Angeles. While I was waiting for him, I laid down for a while to rest. I heard a knock at the front door and some muffled voices. Apparently, Edwin had become so enraged that he had gone to the police department and filed a report that I was dealing drugs. I learned later that detectives had outfitted him with a microphone and marked money and had him attempt to purchase some narcotics from me. I also learned later that Edwin, whose plan to have me arrested had failed, swore to a false report saying that I had assaulted him and threatened to burn down his house when I had visited his home. It was definitely time for me to head back to Los Angeles. The initial plan was for me to manufacture the methamphetamine myself and then transport it back to Oklahoma for sale. Securing the requisite laboratory equipment became overly problematic, however, and attempts to cook a cheaper grade of speed, a process with which I was relatively unfamiliar, resulted in incurring damage to my eye. Since I needed to alter my plans, I contacted my old business friends in Austin and was delighted to learn that the same high-quality methamphetamine was still available. Thus, I intended to leisurely travel from Los Angeles to Austin, where I would pick up the speed and then continue on to Oklahoma to distribute the product to my dealers. Jack had accompanied me to Oklahoma and then back to Los Angeles, but he had no idea that I had set up a methamphetamine operation. He agreed to join me for the leisurely travel plans. He thought we were going to the Gulf Coast to find work on shrimping boats or oil rigs. That way, if we were confronted by police, he could not, inadvertently or otherwise, disclose the details of my drug ring. He proposed stopping for a few days in Tucson, which I found amenable to my plans. I could not have been more wrong. Off we went, eastbound from Los Angeles and headed for Tucson. That was on September 14th, 1984. I was 28 years old. Once we got to Tucson, we spent all of my traveling money on narcotics. Our basic plan had been to party all weekend, and on that Monday to do some burglaries to secure adequate funding for our journey east. Perhaps Jax did not really want to continue our voyage. At any rate, he begged off on the thievery. So I found myself driving alone to Tucson's northwest side on Monday. My intent was to meet up with a cocaine connection to see if he had any interest in making some money. I never did locate him on that fateful afternoon, but I did successfully misappropriate the requisite traveling funds and some cocaine elsewhere, prior to meeting Jack in a downtown park. My feelings had been hurt. There I was, laying out lots of money, supplying ample amounts of drugs, providing transportation, but Jack had refused to even serve as a lookout while I committed burglaries. To assuage my hurt feelings, I reasserted my status as the prison tough guy who had to be respected by concocting some story about having stabbed a dope dealer who had attempted to rip me off. We then left the park and went to buy some marijuana. Before leaving town, we went to a bar for a few pitchers of beer and a game or two of pool, and then filled the car with gas. The ride toward Austin, Texas began on the evening of September 17, 1984. We would drive for a while and then pull over so we could climb to the top of a mesa, where we smoked a little marijuana and did some reading. Within a couple of days, we had crossed the rest of Arizona and New Mexico before finally pulling into El Paso, the western edge of Texas. Once in El Paso, Jack and I decided to enjoy a few hours south of the border. We went to Juarez, Mexico, where Jack sat transfixed before a few nude dancers, while unbeknownst to him, I found someone to sell me a little heroin. Before returning to the U.S., we bought some Puro, nearly pure alcohol, to mix with my pain pills. Thusly fortified, we continued on toward Austin. However, before reaching our destination, my car experienced electrical trouble and ceased running just outside of Caryville. Thankfully, my mother was kind enough to arrange for the towing of my vehicle to a car dealership in Caryville for repairs. That was on Thursday, September 20th. Once my automobile had been repaired, Jack and I prepared to leave, but a herd of FBI agents rushed into the garage and placed me under arrest. Initially, I thought that someone in my drug syndicate had been apprehended and squealed on me in exchange for leniency. I was therefore expecting to be charged for conspiracy to traffic in narcotics when the FBI agent in charge informed me that I was under arrest for kidnap. I was absolutely stunned. Chapter 6. Rachel, Adulthood. When I was nearly 18, I graduated from Saguaro High School in June of 1980. I had no immediate plans to attend college and continued to maintain the family home and work odd jobs, mostly babysitting. Around Christmas of 1981, my brother began working at a sporting goods store and arranged for me to work there on a temporary basis during the holiday season. I really enjoyed working there and did so well that the manager hired me as a permanent employee. I was so excited. It was my first real job. I began as a cashier and quickly moved up to head cashier. I very much enjoyed the job and was thrilled that several young people from Jeff and Janice's church worked there with me. We were like a family. During that period in my life, I ran in local road races, mostly 5K or 10K. In the summer of 1982, at age 19, I had my first boyfriend. However, it was a very short-lived experience. Toward the end of 1982 and into 1983, my mother seemed to have been doing well. She moved out of Gigi's home and took up residence in her own apartment. In lieu of rent, she did chores around the apartment complex, such as cleaning the units when they became vacant. I enjoyed occasional lunches with her, and our relationship really began to improve. However, I was always on guard around her, as I still harbored a lack of trust. I wanted so desperately to have a normal relationship with my mom, but knew deep down that that would never happen. In 1983, I ran my first marathon, a 26.2-mile ordeal that I completed in less than 3.5 hours. I made good time, especially since I had not trained specifically for the competition and merely participated on a whim. My brother, who was my coach, just wanted me to run as far as I could. I felt so good that I just kept going and said to myself, I can do this. With the culmination of 1983 came the first Christmas Day that my mom had spent with us in ages. Ed had not been in my mom's life at that time. A predictable cornerstone of my mother's relationship with him was that when he was in her life, she did not do well at all and became involved again in substance abuse. Christmas 1983 was the first Christmas that I recall her being sober. She was well, but, like always, it did not last. On New Year's Eve, I called my mom. I was excited about receiving a new television set for the home as a Christmas gift and wanted to share my jubilation with my mother. I could immediately tell that she was drunk, again. When I inquired about her state of inebriation, she, of course, denied it. Hurt and disgusted, I hung up the phone. Around the second week of January 1984, my brother traveled to New York. He had been planning to get married and had journeyed east to visit his fiancée. A week or two later, while my brother was still in New York, I received a call from Gigi saying that my mother had been taken to the hospital by ambulance. I still went to work that day, but since I was expecting further news about my mom, I informed my boss that I might have to leave. Later that morning, I got a call from the intensive care unit doctor who was treating my mother. Apparently, my mom had been passed out for quite a few hours as a consequence of having overdosed on drugs and alcohol. The doctor requested my presence at the hospital to sign some papers. He was of the opinion that my mom would die and that it was just a matter of time. Having experienced similar episodes with my mom, I suggested that these things had become a pattern with her and that she would soon be up and about. In no uncertain terms, he told me that that would not happen. Upon entering my mom's room in the hospital, I noticed that she had been placed in some sort of contraption. I was told that its purpose was to try and raise her blood pressure. The hospital being only 3 miles away, I ran the next morning to the hospital to check on her. I noted that my mother's feet were black and blue and that they were ice cold. I asked the nurse what was going on, but she was extremely evasive and would only say a surgeon was coming. I then learned that she had gangrene in both feet. Nothing could touch her feet as it would cause her great pain. I knew the next days were going to be very hard and emotionally draining. During occasional bouts of semi-consciousness, my mom kept asking for my brother, but he had decided not to return home from New York sooner than scheduled. She and Rob had always been very close. She had hurt him for the last time. He told me that he was done with her. Even after he had returned home and knew of Mom's requests to see him, my brother persisted in his refusal to see her. In late January 1984, family members began to gather and prepare for the worst. My mother's sister, Aunt Mary, whom she had not seen in years, was contacted. Her husband, Uncle Jim, had retired from the military and they had settled in Texas. I had informed Aunt Mary of Mom's condition, but it was her mother, Gigi, an elegant and mannerly lady, who had a flair for the melodramatic, who convinced Aunt Mary to make the voyage to Tucson right away. Toward the end of January, the gangrene had traveled above my mom's knees and she was in excruciating pain. Apparently, when my mother had passed out, she had remained for some 12 hours in a position in which circulation to her lower extremities had been cut off. Hence, the gangrene was progressing up both legs. The surgeon required a decision on whether or not to amputate my mom's legs. I prayed that God would take her before that happened. Aunt Mary had to return home on January 29th. She was a teacher and had stayed as long as she could. At that point, we did not know how much longer my mom had to live. The rest of us, Gigi, my dad, and me, kept vigil at the hospital. My brother never did visit Mom. By January 29th, the pain from the gangrene invasion led to my mom having been placed into a virtual, drug-induced coma, and we all agreed that she was dying. I received a 3 a.m. call from the hospital the next day, January 30th. My mother had taken a turn for the worse. Gigi, my dad, and I rushed to her bedside in the intensive care unit. A pulmonary specialist told us that Mom's right lung had collapsed and that her death was near. I entered my mother's room and was with her when she died. Obviously, it was so very hard to have seen her like that. However, I must admit to having felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I had been praying every night for God to take her because she was suffering so badly. And it was on that Monday that the terrible decision on whether to amputate my mother's legs had to be made. Even at that stage of infancy, in my turning to God, after all, I was within the fruitless confines of Protestantism at that time, I knew that He had, in His grace, rescued us from that devastating decision. Assuredly, my father was incredibly upset. Despite all that Mom had put him through, he still loved her. A month or so prior to my mother's death, she had told me of her wish to be cremated, a determination with which Gigi vehemently disagreed, so I set about making the arrangements. One of the main reasons for the cremation was that my family could not afford a burial. In hindsight, I now wish she had been buried, given that according to the Orthodox faith, all are to be buried. Thankfully, I used my running as a means of coping with all of my emotions, especially since part of the final arrangements included having to clean out my mom's apartment. Pastor Jeff's wife, Janice, accompanied me on that painful project, which had to be completed quickly so her apartment could be rented out. That meant prior to her funeral. I found several letters in her apartment from Ed that were very disturbing and upsetting. For many years, I had felt that my relationship with my mother was one wherein she was the child and I was the parent. It was because of my lack of trust and disapproval of her choice of friends. Most of the time, she behaved like a rebellious teenager rather than an adult. When Mom was in the hospital, Ed was not around. I always suspected that he was involved in my mother's January 1984 descent into substance abuse, and perhaps even in her fatal overdose. Thankfully, during that time, the cowardly rodent was nowhere to be found. While I was emptying my mom's apartment, the phone suddenly rang. It was Ed. I began to seethe upon hearing his voice. He actually had the nerve to ask me where and when the service was to be held. I unequivocally informed him that he was not welcome. During the service for my mom, I recruited the assistance of 2 large men at my church. They stood at the chapel doors, armed with a description of Ed, and instructions to bar his entry should he dare show up. I never again heard from Ed, thankfully. My brother had not only never visited my mom while she was hospitalized, but initially did not plan to attend the services. Eventually he relented and came to what was quite a beautiful ceremony, one during which, and we all thought this appropriately ironic, one of my mom's friends was in the back of the church, drunk, moaning my mom's name. A week after my mother died, I was able to return to work, having been too upset throughout the ordeal to have gone in at all. I was grateful to have both work and running as emotional outlets. I must have performed at my boss's liking because in June of 1984, I was promoted to warehouse manager. It was a big deal. In addition to functioning in a higher supervisory position, it also made me the only female warehouse manager within the sporting goods company's national chain of outlets. I absolutely loved the work. The warehouse manager, who was leaving, trained me in the intricacies and duties of overseeing the store's distribution center in the weeks following my elevation to the post. Quite a bit of responsibility was involved, including the unloading of merchandise from delivery trucks. As the store employees were welcoming and very helpful, assisting me in the unloading of merchandise, I made a smooth transition into my new supervisory position. Besides, if there had been any reluctance, I could simply bribe them with the delicious baked goods I brought to work. Actually, the guys would often take up collections so that I could purchase the ingredients for their favorite delicacies. They would come to the warehouse on Fridays and hand me the money they had collected, and I would go home and bake. A couple of months into my term as warehouse manager, an event occurred unlike any other that I had witnessed during 22 years in Tucson. There was a report on the September 17th, 10 p.m. news about a missing 8-year-old girl. It incited a tremendous flurry of activity over the next few days. I would later learn that within an hour or two, the city police, county sheriff, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, had set up a command post at a nearby school where many top law enforcement administrators gathered that evening. To me, and to many in the community, it seemed surprising to learn of such an unusually intense reaction to what, at the time, could have been merely a child's visiting without permission at a friend's house. It had been immediately decided that the girl, Vicki Lynn Hoskinson, had been kidnapped. 3 days later, on September 20th, 1984, Frank Jarvis Atwood was arrested, and like everyone else, I was outraged at him. Atwood's appearance was that of a bedraggled barbarian. He looked like the wild man of Borneo. Furthermore, the news reported that he was a parolee from California who had a record of child molestation. As soon as he was named as the suspect, guilt had been assumed by me, the public, the media, and law enforcement. From September of 1984, the case was given constant media attention for the next 2.5 years. Everywhere I went, people talked about the case. Focus on it was inescapable, since store windows had flyers with pictures of the girl, and roadways were dotted with billboards depicting Vicki Lynn's image. There had been other horrendous occurrences in Tucson, but nothing had ever received anywhere near as much attention. As September turned into October, many of Tucson's outlying desert regions were scoured for traces of the little girl. The TV showed volunteers, many who took time off from work, as well as fire and rescue members, search teams, law enforcement, etc., on foot and on horseback, dogs, all-terrain vehicles, even helicopters, all searching for Vicki Lynn. Around the end of October to the beginning of November, the news covered Frank Atwood's return from where he had been arrested in Texas to Tucson. It was the first time that we had clear, up-close look at him, and the sight was frightening. I had been contemplating attendance at college to earn a paralegal degree, and I suppose that the events had stirred my interest in the case, along with being unable to escape its constant coverage in the media. Consequently, I recall several reports in early 1985 about possible infirmities in the investigation. One in particular, a newspaper article of several pages, pointed to initial reports of Vicki Lynn having been seen in a mall on the night she disappeared. The newspaper article pointed to the fact that those reports had been ignored once Atwood's deplorable criminal past had come to light. My interest in paralegal studies stimulated attentiveness to case details, some of which included the girl having disappeared at around 3 to 4 p.m., Atwood's having been at a downtown park at around the same time, his having been in the company of government witnesses until his arrest 3 days later in Texas. The fact that Atwood could not be responsible for Vicki's death if she had been alive in a mall several hours after Atwood had been accounted for, as reported in the newspaper, made the law enforcement's disregard of that sighting in the mall very disturbing. Then something else occurred that seemed all too convenient and which raised further questions. In a desert clearing on Tucson's northwest side, a skull and some bones were found. However, it turned out that that particular location was in one of the areas previously searched. How could Frank Jarvis Atwood be accountable for partial remains discovered in April of 1985? The region had been thoroughly inspected in September-October of 1984, and Atwood had been in custody since September of 1984. Something was wrong. Throughout 1985 and into 1986, I continued my running. I was in really good shape early in 1986. My brother, who still ran and was also a coach, coached me throughout my running career. As 1986 progressed, my training included running 75 to 80 miles a week. The intense training continued until that summer when I hurt my foot and had to take some time off. Whenever I attempted to restart my training regimen, significant pain necessitated yet further downtime, and in July I had a walking cast put on for a month to allow my foot to heal. This was very frustrating for me, since I tend to be very intense about things that truly interest me. It didn't help that I was in the best shape of my life when the injury occurred. I was able to train again in August. Under my brother's tutelage, I began serious preparation for the January 1987 Phoenix Marathon. My intent was to qualify for the Boston Marathon. My brother would have me do a 22-mile run we called the Edge. If I could perform that, I could run a marathon. He would do my long training runs with me, always with tremendous encouragement and support. Things were going well at the Phoenix Marathon. I was on pace for a 3-hour finish, but halfway through, my right leg felt sort of numb and seemed to be dragging. I was able to finish in 3 hours and 17 minutes, which did qualify me for the Boston Marathon. The discomfort that lingered after the race turned out to be from a torn hamstring. Some extended convalescence was required, which lasted into the summer of 1987. Since my leg had not gotten better, I went for special treatment in Phoenix twice a week. Thankfully, the regimen was a success, and I ran again after about 6 weeks. While I was laid up with a torn hamstring, I could only go to work and then return home. No running or other activity was on the agenda. As it turned out, the Frank Jarvis Atwood trial began in January of 1987, so after work, I went home and watched the trial. It was the first gavel-to-gavel televised trial in Arizona, and it lasted for over 2 months. I observed the entire process. Looking back now, I can see how the opportunity to watch the trial unfolded, what with my leg injury coinciding with the trial's onset. And today, truly believe all of it was God's plan. Had I not been injured, I never would have had the time to watch the trial. As the proceedings progressed, I kept waiting for some hint of the bombshell evidence that law enforcement and the press had insinuated existed. The hype by the authorities had been pervasive, and an aura of overwhelming guilt had been constructed. However, not only was there an absence of evidence against Atwood, but some of the facts seemed to exonerate him. For instance, to believe that Atwood could drive some 20 miles in rush hour traffic, perform indecent sex acts with a child, commit murder, and then return, again in rush hour traffic, to the downtown park within little more than an hour was a real stretch. Also, the state claimed that he had transported Vicki Lynn in his car. However, law enforcement acknowledged at the trial that Atwood's car had been dismantled and painstakingly examined for traces of the girl. Nothing. No fingerprints, blood, hair, fibers, or any other trace of her was found in the car. As the trial ended, I had some serious doubts about Frank Jarvis Atwood's guilt. I was at work a few days after the jury had begun their deliberations when the radio announced that there was a verdict. Predictably, the jury found him guilty. All I could think was, why? I had watched the entire trial, and there just was not adequate evidence. A couple of months later, there was the sentencing, and I watched on TV as the sentence of death was pronounced. During the days subsequent to the sentencing, I observed many of the interviews. One was with Atwood himself, and he told the reporter that he was afraid to die. As with the guilty verdict, all I could think of was, why? As a Christian, I immediately thought that there was no need to be afraid. That interview kept haunting me. I wondered whether God was encouraging me to tell Mr. Atwood about salvation, yet I also feared contacting him. Finally, on June 4th, 1987, I wrote to Frank Jarvis Atwood about the salvation offered by the Lord Jesus Christ. Chapter 7, Rock Bottom, The Call. I tremble in horror over how I had ignored God's continuous knocks at my door with such consistency. I now find it simply inconceivable that I had for so many years disdained the myriad opportunities God had provided for me to return to Him. Had I done so, I could have dealt with the repeated sexual assaults and the subsequent rapid descent into perversity. I could have moved toward purification from guilt, anger, pride, and other passions. Having done things my way had resulted in significant danger to my salvation, as well as an absolute disgrace. There was shame, not only for myself, but also incalculable humiliation for my beloved parents. I had become a social deviant, a sexual pervert, and the suspect in a notorious child murder. Not exactly what my father, a West Point graduate and Army general, and my mother, born and bred in the upper class, had hoped for. What's more, as a consequence of my disobedience to my father and to God, my father also lost his faith in the American justice system. With the exception of being a defendant, my father had participated in every aspect of the military's Judicial Advocate General protocol. He had prosecuted suspected offenders, defended the accused, and also functioned as a judge. He knew intrinsically how courts, albeit military judicial proceedings, functioned. It was that experience, along with his experiences on several civilian juries, that caused my father to inform the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, of my whereabouts in September of 1984. In short, he was the proximate cause of my arrest in Texas on a federal kidnap charge. He felt that if I had, in fact, committed the crime, then I would require restraint, and if I had not, then the judicial process would function to exonerate me. What a horrendous dilemma into which to have been cast my loving father. I had compelled him to wrestle with his conscience at having his own flesh and blood captured by the FBI. Please forgive me, Daddy. Several months after my September 1984 arrest, my father journeyed to Tucson. My cries of innocence compelled him to personally investigate the facts of my case. After having scoured police reports and other evidence my attorney had provided for his examination, my dad understood that I was innocent. Up until that point, his belief in the judicial system's objective fairness had instilled the confidence in him that were I innocent, I would be acquitted, because the FBI had arrested me in Texas and I had to face federal charges in Arizona. I had to be transferred from Texas to Tucson in what is known as a removal hearing. However, the federal government failed to take that perfunctory step because it was understood that there was no evidence of my involvement. This fact, that the federal government had not even bothered to proceed with the most rudimentary court hearing is what had served to bolster my father's faith in the system. Unfortunately, the state of Arizona did not have any such sense of prudence. Once I was returned to Tucson, my father watched in abject horror as the Arizona wheels of injustice functioned to ultimately convict his son of kidnap and capital murder, followed by watching me be sentenced to death. Nevertheless, his faith in the American way fostered continued hope in the appeals process, a mechanism that permitted what is called a direct appeal to the state Supreme Court. The final nail in the coffin of my dad's faith in the justice system came when the Arizona Supreme Court, in its initial pages of the opinion, stated that I had kidnapped, molested, and murdered the victim. Molested? I had never been charged, not to mention tried and convicted for molestation. In fact, the trial court judge had made the specific finding that this was not a sexual case. Yet the state Supreme Court ruled that I had sexually assaulted the victim. It was heartbreaking to see my father's belief in the United States of America crumble. The trust he had had in the country for which he had gone to war and bled was lost. It is quite humbling to think back upon all of the blessings the good Lord had bestowed upon me, especially during those years when I had turned from him. I can see how some events, such as my embarrassment at having been caught using drugs at military school, or the shame I felt at being shunned by neighborhood children and their parents because of my involvement in disreputable endeavors, had instilled a sense of unease in me. Back then, I had only begun to stray from my church and my parents. God was fervently tugging at my conscience, cautioning me I had wandered into sin. Those early warnings from our Heavenly Father included increasingly severe conflicts with my parents, brushes with the law, and an escalating disdain for those in positions of authority. I had refused to obey the danger signs, and what ensued was a virtual, all-out warfare with my parents, as well as with the law. Having ignored the danger signs and the warnings, which were the very grace of God, I am aware today of having eschewed the purpose of all human life, to pursue a restoration of likeness to God. During those early years of my departure from God, a good Samaritan always seemed to appear at some vital juncture. Generally, it was someone who was able to secure my attention in order to then teach me about God's love, much in the same way that Jesus' compassion for the adulterous woman is a vastly superior path than that of the strict condemnation made by the Pharisees. For example, at 14, when I attended a private facility for troubled kids, which was before I had fully immersed myself into drugs and counterculture actions, one of the teachers there took an especial interest in me. Looking a little like the musician Bob Seger in the 1970s, Mr. Bradley had hair that fell to about the middle of his back and a bushy beard. As a consequence of his appearance, I felt an initial trust in him. At that time in my life, I found long-haired, bearded men fascinating objects. Since I tended to distrust authority figures, especially teachers, as I was still smarting from my experience with the commandant at Brentwood Military Academy, my trust in Mr. Bradley was unusual for me. It had grown as a result of how he abstained from the conventional punishments of detention or extra homework for student misdeeds. Instead, he sat with me in private and engaged me in non-accusatory conversation about why I had misbehaved. He would first encourage me to explore what I was seeking to accomplish by my misconduct, and then eventually he focused on the consequences of my actions. Moreover, during our conversations, that godly Christian man concentrated on how I was turning from God, from the gracious Lord who always cared for me. Another one of my good Samaritans was the Reverend from St. Albans Episcopal Church, Father Norm. That messenger from God never failed to come running whenever he learned that I was in trouble, whether after an especially intense altercation with my parents or when I was in jail, or simply if I needed a shoulder upon which to cry. Like Mr. Bradley, Father Norm did not invoke conventional propaganda, the "you must listen to me" or "you must do this" scenarios, nor did he try to guilt-trip me into obedience. Instead, Father Norm patiently referenced how God always had lovingly provided for me, and then just as calmly, he would detail where my abandonment of the Lord had taken me. Truly, even as I was turning from God, he was always bestowing the sweet grace of Good Samaritans upon me. Tragically, I rarely opted to follow the godly instruction the angelic servants God provided, even when adversities increased. It is crucial that it be understood that I am no way inferring that God is the author of evils in life. That is not my intent at all. What I am demonstrating is how, as I turned from God, the recession of His grace ensued and the potential for tribulation became greater. Another way to objectively consider this is to look at how fornication, homosexuality, and other abuses of sexuality have become the norm in the United States. These abuses are assuredly a turning away from God and the grace that He once bestowed upon our nation. As we observe the withdrawal of God's grace from our nation, so too do we observe rising unemployment, war, economic crises, and so on. My turning away from God facilitated the withdrawal of His grace from me. That, in turn, led to the many disastrous events in my life. For example, the sexual assault that I suffered at age 14. The fact remains that once I abandoned God and chose to participate in conduct that made me susceptible to deviance, I placed myself squarely in harm's way. This destructive pattern continued as I persisted in felonious behavior and ended up in jail where I was promptly sexually violated. Those calamities were engineered solely by me. It was God's perennial grace that allowed for conditions which encouraged a return to Him, almost always via His angelic messengers. In fact, even when I was engaged in evil activities, like persecuting His faithful, God still acted to navigate my return to Him. For instance, while in a California prison in the early 1980s, it had become my practice to sit on some benches along a walkway at a time when I knew that a few Christian kids would pass by. As they walked past me, I hurled insults and taunts at those benevolent youngsters. Interestingly, at about the same time, a friendship developed between Charles Tex Watson, one of Charles Manson's compatriots in the late 1960s, and me. His sincere conversion to Christianity intrigued me. We enjoyed many long walks in the prison chapel, where he was the chaplain's assistant, about the hopelessness of self-will and the power of God. At that point in my life, I misperceived those interactions with yet another Good Samaritan as a merely interesting philosophical discourse. Once again, I failed to answer God's knock on the door to my heart. I also recall the less overt promptings by God to return to Him. There were so many times when I was on lockdown in prison and the only available literature happened to be of a Christian nature. Movies shown in the prison gym were about ex-gangsters who had converted to Christianity. Many of these stimulants occurred frequently. Truly, despite my continued descent into depravity and my repeated turning aside from any cue toward reconciliation with the Savior Jesus Christ, God never ceased to love me. He faithfully provided constant encouragement for my return to Him. That God never abandoned me is a fact that reminds me of the well-known Footprints poem. One night, a man had a dream. He dreamed he was walking along a beach with the Lord. Across the sky flashed scenes from his life. In each scene, he noted 2 sets of footprints in the sand. One belonged to him and the other to the Lord. When the last scene of his life flashed before him, he looked back at the footprints in the sand. He noted that many times along the path of life there were only 1 set of footprints. He also noted that it happened at the very lowest and saddest times in his life. This really bothered him, and he questioned the Lord about it. "Lord, you said that once I decided to follow you, you'd walk with me all of the way. But I have noted that during the most troublesome times in my life, there is only 1 set of footprints. I don't understand why, when I needed you most, you would leave me." The Lord replied, "My precious, precious child, I love you and would never leave you. During your times of trial and suffering, when you see only 1 set of footprints, it was then that I carried you." I hope by now that I have firmly established that my continued disdain of God prompted an ever-worsening chain of grievous events. Specifically, not only was I sexually violated on several occasions, but also within the realm of the criminal justice system. From there, I plummeted from minor brushes with the law to a 6-month prison sentence, and then on to 2 4-year terms of incarceration, with yet another 6-month stint in prison between those 2 sentences. Nevertheless, God lovingly bestowed his grace upon me by continually providing for my return to him. It was my persistent abandonment of him that had triggered the less than impartial circumstances within the legal arena, which grew more and more dire. It was in exactly this state of affairs that my September 1984 arrest occurred. God knew that I finally had to be clobbered over the head with a hefty 2x4. After having been arrested on September 20th, 1984, by the FBI in Texas, I learned that several days earlier, on September 17th, the day that I had left Tucson, 8-year-old Vicki Lynn Hoskinson had disappeared from the very neighborhood in which I had stayed during my weekend in Tucson. On that Monday, during the time that this child vanished, I had been driving around in search of a target to rob so that I could purchase some narcotics before then retrieving my traveling companion from a park and departing from Tucson. Well, the combination of the child's disappearance, my position in the area Lone Sons and alibi, and my arrest record led to my having been taken into custody several days later. There had been some reports of a girl who very closely matched Vicki Lynn's description, including the same colored dress, with a woman in the Tucson Mall on the evening of Vicki Lynn's disappearance. The woman, Anne Fries, had a history of mental illness and was known to frequent a convenience store in Vicki Lynn's neighborhood. In fact, at around the same time of Vicki's disappearance, this woman had told the store clerk that she had lost a girl named Vicki via an illegal adoption, and that the child attended Homer Davis Elementary School and was 8 years old. A check of Homer Davis's class rosters revealed that the only 8-year-old girl enrolled with the name of Vicki was Vicki Lynn Hoskinson. Moreover, when questioned by law enforcement about her movements on the day of Vicki's disappearance, the woman misled sheriff's detectives by contending that she was home all day. A man who dwelt at her residence confirmed her absence during the period when Vicki Lynn vanished from the mall, a locale at which the woman was a frequent visitor. Despite the clouds of suspicion that swirled around the woman, the police never did a follow-up on her, a glaring transgression that reveals the government's desire to sensationalize the tragedy by claiming to have captured a madman from California. Thus, once law enforcement came across the information that my vehicle had been in Vicki's neighborhood, my conviction and sentence to death were a done deal. About 2 days after Vicki's disappearance, law enforcement ran the license plates from my car And when they came up with my name, all of the prior arrests and imprisonments were revealed. Tucson, a city of several 100,000 citizens at the time, was up in arms because Vicky was missing. Enormous pressure fell on law enforcement to solve the enigma. Vicky's disappearance also received national as well as international attention in the media. There I was, a felon, on parole for a crime I had committed 4 years earlier against a child, who had been in the area where Vicky Lynn was last seen without an alibi that could be substantiated. I was the perfect patsy, gift-wrapped, and ready to be led to the slaughter. In fact, subsequent to my arrest, I came under the scrutiny of international media attention after several cable television stations made programs about me that aired repeatedly in Europe, Australia, Africa, the Middle East, and elsewhere. The intense adverse publicity not only misguided law enforcement's investigation of the case, but also resulted in my having become the target of endless, vicious insults and threats on my life. The fact remains that when police discovered my presence in the proximity of Vicky Lynn Hoskinson's disappearance, all other leads, even those involving Vicky Lynn having been seen in the mall with a woman, immediately ceased to be of any concern to law enforcement. That woman's home and vehicle were never searched, and falsehoods about her whereabouts when Vicky vanished were never investigated. Having been arrested by the FBI on a federal charge initially landed me in a federal prison, since being housed in the Bexar County Jail in San Antonio was deemed to have been too great a threat to my safety. Neither, however, did the inmates in the federal penitentiary at Bastrop, Texas, take too kindly to my residency. I was placed in administrative segregation, and surrounding prisoners, those who lived in nearby cells, immediately began screaming threats and organizing a routine that was intended to constantly keep me awake as they yelled and banged on their walls. Prisoners who were being escorted past my cell by guards also got in on the action with the enthusiastic encouragement of the officers as they kicked my door, spat on the small window, and shrieked outrageous insults. There were also some prisoners who were not on lockdown status and were allowed into the administrative segregation area to clean, who wasted no time in making threats while displaying weapons through the window in my door cell. They told me plainly that I would be killed while I was being escorted. On several occasions, they lit something on fire and slid it under my door. Those menacing conditions lasted for a week or two, after which I was then transferred to a small county jail in Bastrop. Apparently, officials believed I would go unnoticed there. As it turned out, despite other prisoners' awareness of my charge, I was to remain unharmed for the nearly 1 month stay. During this time, the local media attention did not wane, and Bastrop residents campaigned to have me removed from their locale. The inclusion of imminent bomb threats resulted in the Texas authorities performing what a federal court would later determine to have been an illegal extradition by Arizona officials. Consequently, I was returned to Tucson, an arrival that necessitated my having to be outfitted in a bulletproof outfit. Moreover, there were SWAT, Special Weapons and Tactics, team members at the airport, along the route to Pima County's detention facility, as well as on the jail's rooftop, strategically positioned in efforts to secure my safety through the frenzy that accompanied my arrival in Tucson. As the caravan reached the jail's parking area, several dozen boisterous members of the press became visible. It was but a mere precursor to the explosive situation I would confront upon initially traversing the jail's interior. The media attention in Tucson was outrageous. Before having ever made an appearance in an Arizona courtroom, I had, for all intents and purposes, already been tried and convicted. Another development, one that would play a key role in my eventual return to God, involved the fact that my prior arrest record in California was well known. As it turned out, prisoners both in the county jail and on death row had seen through the government's subterfuge and understood that it was my record from California, not the trumped-up charges in Arizona, for which I was being ostracized. Thus, there was a radical nature to the frenzy as I entered the Pima County Jail and reached the housing unit where I would be confined for several years. Residents began beating their doors and lighting fires. There was a plethora of death threats, as well as myriad other assaultive outbursts. The pod in which I was housed was two-tiered and shaped sort of like a U. On either side were cells along the top and bottom level and more rooms along the back wall. In front of the cells across the back wall, I noticed 2 staircases that led to the second tier. During my initial months in the county jail, I was housed by myself on one side of the top tier. No one could even use the staircase on the side where I was housed. I found myself in a very dangerous and isolated predicament, one that was incredibly humiliating. Prior crises, such as having kissed a 10-year-old girl or kidnapping a 7-year-old boy, had had the potential for public abasement, but I had turned away from such grace, from such compelling prodding to return to the Creator. Now, the good Lord afforded me another optimal opportunity for me to retreat from my debauchery, to deal with all of my lingering emotional trauma, to finally face the results of my past misdeeds in order to return to Him. I had never acceded to this type of grace from God the Father, yet His eternal love proffered yet one more opportunity. Alas, I had still not reached rock bottom. Instead, I continued to misperceive my adverse circumstances as things that incited my intense anger at society. Even in the Pima County Jail, I persisted in abandonment of God. There were occasions when I toyed with the grace of God. Regular visits, phone calls, and letters from my parents in Los Angeles would at times induce momentary longing for the protective embrace of God's love that I had once enjoyed. A reading of the book of Job briefly pointed me in the direction of patiently enduring to the end by abiding in God's grace. However, my common practice was to eschew the very grace of God. For instance, repeated attempts by chaplains at the Pima County Jail to converse with me were met with firm resistance. Christian groups who endeavored to interact with me had their loving advances rebuffed. There were even times when, while Christian visitors were in the pod singing religious hymns, that I either made derogatory comments or engaged in threatening behavior. As a matter of fact, I not only ignored and combated any grace from the Lord, but I also actively maintained putrid agendas, such as approaching unsuspecting young inmates with homosexual propositions. May God forgive my transgressions. I now realize my impetus for ignoring God. I had firmly believed that I would be released from jail in the near future. How could it be otherwise, I surmised, when the allegation of having kidnapped someone in my vehicle seemed to be ludicrous on its face? There was no trace evidence to support the assertion that Vicki Lee Hoskinson had been in my car. Once I was liberated, I intended to make society pay for having put me through such an injustice. My pernicious attitude even persisted when in April of 1985, 7 months after Vicki Lynn's disappearance and my arrest, partial remains were located in the desert on the outskirts of Tucson. In May of 1985, a charge of capital murder was added. I was facing the death penalty. In the month subsequent to Vicki Lynn's disappearance in September of 1984, the same area wherein bones had been discovered in April of 1985 had been the subject of one of the law enforcement's most painstaking searches in the history of Pima County. It seemed obvious that someone, besides me since I had been in jail before the search, had placed the bones in the clearing a fact that therefore exonerated me of any involvement. However, that was not the case. I was put on trial a couple of years later, in January of 1987, in Phoenix, because the pervasive, circus-like publicity had compelled the change of venue from Tucson to Phoenix. My trial ended up with my being convicted for kidnap and capital murder. Next on the agenda of seemingly preordained events came the sentencing phase of the proceedings, and, of course, I was sentenced to death. On the 11th of May, 1987, I arrived on death row, a man innocent of the new charges that had been laid against him. I had hit rock bottom. My arrival on death row in May of 1987, much like with my entry into the Pima County Jail several years earlier, was met with raucous clamor. As I entered Cellblock 6, the administration segregation building where death row and other maximum security prisoners were housed, I glanced into the control room and noticed row upon row of batons, shields, and other riot gear. At about the same time, several hulking officers grabbed me by my arms and hustled me down the corridor to the squad room. A half a dozen or so officers, a few sergeants, a couple of lieutenants, and unit administrators had gathered and were awaiting my arrival. As I entered the squad room, where I was literally thrown into a chair, the administrators took turns impressing upon me that they ran the building with an iron fist, and any rebelliousness on my part would be swiftly met with my introduction to their batons and being shown the concrete floor face first. After having been duly threatened with physical harm by the unit's top brass, the burly officers yanked me out of the chair and half-carried me down the hallway toward the pod where I was to be housed. Along either side of the hall were large, plexiglass plate windows through which prisoners in 16 man pods could observe my passing. Of course, the housing unit staff had tipped these inmates off about the fact that the notorious and much reviled Frank Jarvis Atwood would be escorted down this passageway. The inmates began to bang and kick their doors, scream and hurl objects, bars of soap, plastic baggies filled with liquids, etc., at the windows. The guards who were escorting me just laughed, and pod officers whispered insults and threats. After having traversed that gauntlet, I arrived at the doors of the four-man pod to which I had been assigned. The living area was approximately 10 feet by 25 feet, and within it was a table and shower stall, as well as the doors to 4 cells. Each house was about 6 feet by 9 feet. The electronically locked door to the pod popped open, and as I entered the area, my cell door rattled open. One of the escort guards shoved me into the cell. As I tumbled to the floor, the officers chuckled. Then the cell door slammed shut, and the guards exited the pod, leaving me still handcuffed and absent a mattress, bedding, or anything else. I soon learned that such attempts by the officers to antagonize me was a common practice. At that time, a law had been recently passed that allowed for a minimum 25-year sentence of punishment to be given to any prisoner who drew blood on someone. Since both my record in California prisons and the Pima County Jail were rife with assaultive behavior, especially against guards, and because virtually all Cellblock 6 staff knew that I had not committed the kidnap murder and believed that I would meet with success on appeal, many guards sought to incite me into insulting one of them. Then a 25-year sentence would be given to me, one that I would not be able to win on appeal. The diabolical actions of the state employees were quite juvenile at times, something that I realized during my initial journey to the exercise area as I confronted multiple attempts to elicit my violent reaction. In Cellblock 6, whenever we were escorted somewhere, we were always handcuffed, with our hands strapped in front of us with a leather belt. On that particular occasion, after I had been secured in an exercise pen, the escorting officer unhandcuffed one of my hands and then started jerking around my still handcuffed hand. It hurt plenty, but I kept my mouth shut. The guard finally removed the other handcuff, while whispering, "One of these days, Atwood." Soon thereafter, another guard came around to each recreation cage to provide water. When he stopped at my pen, I held my cup out for some water, but instead of filling up my cup, he poured water all over my hand and arm while loudly exclaiming, "How do you like that, bitch?" The exercise enclosures, constructed out of chain-link fencing, were about 15 feet by 15 feet. There was even a chain-link roof. In the door was an opening called a trap that was about 6 inches by 24 inches. There were 16 such pens. They reminded me of dog kennels, and the guard's maltreatment of me was plainly visible to the other prisoners. It must be said that inmates generally provoke one another into acts of violence, mostly out of boredom and the desire to see some action. If they had been able to goad me into violence, they would have enjoyed treble thrills. Not only would they have witnessed a bit of excitement, but they would also have seen me get brutally beaten, knowing full well that I would have received an additional 25-year sentence. So once the officer had abused me, prisoners began screaming at me to not let a pig treat me like that. I simply had the temptation to react violently, hoisted upon me from all sides. Through what I now know to have been God's grace, I managed to refuse any engagement in retaliatory behavior against the officer and kept my mouth shut. The resulting reviling nature of hurled insults was so very humiliating. There I stood in the middle of a cage, being yelled at, spat upon, and having water thrown on me. Prisoners always tried to tempt other prisoners to violence. Several weeks after my arrival on death row, a couple of inmates were allowed into the pod to do some painting. One of them was working on the front of my cell and indicated that he was aware of my California reputation. He then went on to suggest that if I wanted to be right with Arizona's ringleaders, I merely had to draw blood on one of my podmates. Since they had murdered children, they were seen as undesirables. I informed that inmate that neither was I interested in attempting to please Arizona poseurs, nor did I have any desire to attack someone and or pick up a 25-year sentence. He made it clear that should I refuse the mission, I would be targeted for death. I made it apparent that threats by pseudo wannabe tough guys failed to impress me. I was then offered $1,000 to perform an attack. Once again I declined. In addition to the physical and verbal assaults the guards of Cellblock 6 directed at me, they also enjoyed requiring me to engage in menial labor for which I was not responsible. Their apparent intent was for me to refuse so that I could then be issued disciplinary reports, a volatile situation that frequently erupts in violent responses by inmates. I was made to clean the filthy shower sans adequate supplies, while my efforts were ridiculed in attempts to provoke a corrosive reaction. Every few days, staff ordered me to scrub walls or the floor, again absent cleaning supplies and with an aim of inciting a physical confrontation. Once these tactics failed to result in their desired outcome, some guards began to allow for conditions wherein other prisoners would be free to attack me. The usual scenario involved my being taken somewhere, like the exercise pens, visitation, or the law library, at the same time that another officer was escorting some other inmate. The guard who had control over the other prisoner would ensure that his prisoner's handcuffs were loose. Additionally, the other officer would use vitriolic terms to speak of me to the other inmate as a means of inciting that prisoner to slip out of his handcuffs and assault me as we passed each other in a hallway. Truly, God's grace protected me and helped me in resisting all such attempts to engage in physical violence. Amidst the outrageously dangerous and utterly humiliating circumstances, despised and abused by guards, prisoners, and society, God's grace not only protected me, but the good Lord led me toward a regimen of self-discipline and education via enrollment in rigorous courses of study in the college available to us in prison. Thankfully, that loving grace, once I had at long last begun to grasp it, also functioned to cleanse me of involvement with occult studies. This is not to say that I was not significantly tempted to continue occult practices. For instance, I had met a nurse just prior to having left the Pima County Jail who was a Wiccan. We had struck up quite a friendship based on our mutual interests in tarot, planetary magic, and astrology, while I was still in Tucson's detention facility, where she was employed. Once I was transferred to the state prison's death row in Florence, a locale that is approximately 75 miles northwest of Tucson. Pamela began visiting me. Many of our conversations revolved around New Age precepts. So despite my increased willingness to embrace God's grace, there was an ongoing presence of occult temptation. Pamela and I were two lost souls who, out of loneliness, desperately attempted to fill the spiritual void in our lives by entering into a relationship. There really wasn't much love between us, nor even much sexual attraction, yet desperation prevailed. We went through the motions of a romantic affair, and under pressure to adhere to my lover's religious persuasions, I succumbed, thereby maintaining my ties to the occult. Admittedly, I labored under many pressures during my initial months on death row. Not only had I been wrongly convicted of child murder, but I had also been branded by society as so depraved that I was unfit to even live in prison. The government intended to put me down like a rabid animal. I was assaulted by guards in their attempts to entice me into physical confrontations. I was abused by other inmates, and I continued my involvement in the occult. I now realize that absent those struggles, no purification of passions would have been possible. It was all God's grace. In the middle of it all, God not only did not desert me, He sent me an angel. Several weeks after my arrival on death row, a Christian woman decided to write me. She had watched the trial on television. My case was the first to have been shown in its entirety on television in Arizona. As a consequence of both her compassion over what she viewed as a wrongly convicted man and her concern for the fate of my soul, Rachel's June 4th, 1987 letter was a lifeline. She presented what I would later learn was the common Protestant evangelical approach for witnessing to unbelievers. In general terms, she asked, 1, if I knew where I would go when I die, and 2, why? As I had earlier noted, I was no longer enthused with occult study, and although I had begun to open myself up to God's grace, it was still on a sporadic basis. My heart suffered the illnesses of blindness and ignorance of God. I certainly was not interested in Christianity. However, the simplicity that echoed in Rachel's letter of inquiry and the ambiance of friendship intrigued me. Her straightforwardness had secured my focus. During my more than a decade of intensive occult study, I had given a great deal of thought to the eternal state of my soul. In fact, my concern for my soul was much of my magical career revolved around theory rather than practice. I feared that I would soil my soul by engaging in rituals that invited malevolent entities into my inner self. Occult studies, including my concentration on Eastern belief systems such as Taoism and Buddhism, involved the concept of reincarnation, a wayward philosophy which I just could never accept. Thus, Rachel's broaching of a realm I had not explored since childhood, the theology of one life on earth followed by the judgment, encouraged my return to familiar concepts. As with the Good Samaritans that God had previously provided, Rachel's delivery did not encompass trite propaganda. She did not adapt an accept Christ to be saved or go to Hades, brimstone, and hellfire approach. Au contraire, Rachel's presentation stimulated my esteem by engendering a taste of the mystical while also commanding intellectual exercise. God's grace was once again calling me home, and his angel had my attention. Chapter 8. Cellblock 6. In debating whether or not to write to the notorious Frank Jarvis Atwood, I wanted to heed what I believed was God's call, but I was very apprehensive. The issue would not go away. There were many nights when I was either unable to sleep or awoke during the night with concern over Frank's eternal state and commiseration for his fear of death. I was really skeptical about whether he would respond. After all, the media had reported that Frank was heavily involved in the occult. Still, given my sole intention to share the faith, to explain salvation, I wrote Frank and posed the two evangelical questions of 1. If you were to die today, could you be certain that you would go to heaven? And 2. If God asked you why he should let you into his kingdom, what would you say? I also provided some scripture verses for him to look up. That was it. I intended nothing more. God had a different plan. Frank responded right away and asked me to write again in a couple of weeks, as he was involved in some legal work and could not respond right away. I wrote him again in 2 weeks and provided some further information on salvation. Soon thereafter, I received Frank's second letter. He let me know that having grown up in the Episcopal Church made him familiar with the beliefs I had shared. Over the next couple of months, we discussed the doctrines of evangelical Christianity in our letters to each other. Despite my initial intention of having no interest other than a brief explanation of salvation, Frank and I began to develop a friendship, and in September of 1987, we discussed the possibility of my visiting him. Of course, I was very hesitant to do so. While I felt more comfortable and at ease after Frank and I had exchanged several letters, the idea of visiting a convicted felon on death row frightened me. Nevertheless, arrangements were made and I was scheduled for an October visit. I drove about 75 miles north of Tucson to Florence, which is a small town where a multitude of prisons are located. At first, I drove to the wrong prison and had to stop for directions. Then I found myself driving through the prison's entry. The ominous nature of the environment was pervasive. The road to the parking lot faces one of the prison's oldest cell blocks, a huge gray monstrosity that had been erected in the earlier part of the 20th century. As I pulled into the big parking lot, I seriously wondered what I had gotten myself into. I noticed a shack in the middle of the road and walked up to the guard therein for instructions. In order to visit the cell block that housed death row, a van had to drive visitors to that unit, so I was told where to wait. Eventually, a brown, windowless, filthy van pulled up, and we, myself and the other visitors, were told to get in. There were no seats, only dirty wooden benches on either side. We were herded like cattle into that dilapidated heap of metal. The van then took off down a half a mile of a very rough, bumpy dirt and gravel road. It was quite a chore just to remain seated. Again, I wondered what I had gotten myself into. We arrived at Cellblock 6, and once we climbed out of the van, we had to line up single file and make our way through a metal detector. I was pretty sure we would not be strip-searched. Thankfully, I was right. Having cleared the metal detector, we walked up a ramp and entered cell block 6. Forms were filled out, and then a double door that led to the visitation area rattled open. As I entered, I was struck by the unmistakable institutional smell. in the hideous lime green paint on the walls. As my gaze focused forward, I saw that Frank Jarvis Atwood was in the stall that was directly in front of me. He was clad in a blue chambray shirt and Levi's, nervously smoking a cigarette. The stall that he was in was more like a cramped cage, and I was surprised that he had shaved his head. There was a phone on his side and another phone on my side for us to talk on. A thick plate of glass separated us. After we picked up our respective phones to nervously greet each other, we initially engaged in some general small talk. I questioned him about his daily schedule and living conditions before our dialogue gravitated toward matters of faith. Frank smoked like a chimney during the entire visit. This kind of bothered me since I have an extreme aversion to cigarettes. Then, before I knew it, the 2-hour visit was over. We had decided that I would visit once or twice a month and continue our written correspondence. Initially, I had Frank send letters to my church's address. It seemed a wiser course instead of having mail sent to my house. After November of 1987, he began sending letters to my home. One particular letter from the fall of 1987 stands out. He wrote that he was soon to marry his Wiccan girlfriend. For some reason, I felt devastated and wondered why. I mean, Frank and I were friends who engaged in discussions about theology, but it was at that moment that I realized I had begun to fall in love. In addition to a sense of real sorrow, the news about his upcoming marriage came as a surprise. Frank had seemed to be moving toward Christianity, yet he intended to become hitched to a pagan. While it wasn't my place to meddle, I still felt uneasy over his involvement with a witchcraft practitioner. Frank had shared some of the details of his relationship with Pamela, including her decision to visit him less frequently, despite planning to marry him. He also had told her of her overly dramatic and venomous criticism of my being a Christian. Her utter disdain for Christianity really made me fear for Frank's walk towards Protestantism. As November blended into December, Frank began to express serious misgivings about his wedding plans. Like me, he knew that to move toward Christianity while romantically entangled with a Wiccan posed an impossible course. He related how his intentions to celebrate the birth of the Savior Jesus Christ had been met with frightening objections from his bride-to-be. A week or two before Christmas of 1987, Frank ended it with the Wiccan Pamela. I was extremely relieved that his journey toward Christianity would not be fettered by involvement with pagan influences. Admittedly, I hoped that perhaps there would evolve an appropriate time wherein I could express my strong personal feelings for him. That Frank was no longer committed to another woman seemed to speak of a potential for us. Although I suspect that he was romantically inclined, I was not completely sure. However, I was soon to find out. It was in January of 1988 when Frank told me that he had fallen in love with me, but he feared that I did not feel the same way. I had refrained from showing my feelings since he had been involved with someone else. Apparently, Frank thought that all I desired was to guide him to the Lord, so he was concerned that I would depart once he accepted Christ. I had my own dilemma, for while I was in love with Frank, he was not a Christian, so I feared being unequally yoked. There was also the very real concern of being involved with someone as detested as Frank Atwood. I was initially afraid for my safety, but had to trust that if this was God's plan, He would protect me. We began talking about our fears and hopes in early January. Neither of us wanted him to become a Christian, if it only meant furthering a romantic relationship. On the 20th of January, 1988, Frank accepted Christ as his Lord and Savior and rededicated his life to the Lord. The doors were wide open to his pursuit of Christ, as well as to furthering our relationship. By that time, I had begun to visit Frank weekly. Our relationship had blossomed. Then came a bombshell. During a visit in April of 1988, Frank Jarvis Atwood proposed to me. I was afraid that his intent was to marry immediately, and I just was not ready to move so quickly. I had to consider my family's reaction, especially my dad's, because the Frank Jarvis Atwood case had created such a media frenzy. I asked Frank to write my father about his intentions. He did by inserting a letter to my dad in one of my letters. I gave the letter to my dad, and after reading it, he just sat and cried. I think he wanted something better, or at least different, for his daughter. I believe that his concern was over the implications of my being linked to Frank Jarvis Atwood. Nevertheless, as a consequence of the close relationship between my dad and me, he trusted my judgment. I accepted Frank's proposal, with the understanding that I was not willing to rush into anything. The purpose of an engagement was to affirm the exclusivity of our involvement with only each other and to continue growing in our relationship. That spring, the annual racing season occurring from fall through spring, I continued to train and compete in 10K races. However, I was constantly plagued with foot problems, specifically plantar fasciitis and inflammation of the heel. Toward the end of the running season, the sporting goods store where I worked was purchased by a corporation back east. The change in ownership included drastic alterations in store policy. I was informed that the warehouse manager position would be discontinued, and I was to resume cashier duties. My brother had already quit working there and had established a career selling running shoes. After several months as a cashier, I also left the sporting goods business to initiate a cleaning enterprise. In fact, I continued to clean for 2 of my initial clients, more than 2 decades later. I met Frank's mother in the fall of 1987. It was an occasion for significant nervousness, since I did not know what she would think of me. I was incredibly relieved to have been most warmly welcomed by both Frank's mother as well as his father, whom I later met in early 1988 when he was visiting Frank here in Arizona. As Christmas of 1987 approached, Frank said he was having a present sent to me by UPS. He hoped that his arrangements would result in the gift being delivered to me by Christmas. It was a cold winter. In fact, snow was even in the forecast, something virtually unheard of for Tucson. When I came home from work on the day before Christmas, there was still no package, and it had already become dark as I prepared to attend Christmas church services. Then the United Parcel Service, UPS, truck drove up and delivered Frank's Christmas gift. I excitedly opened the package and saw a crystal globe with a red rose. It could be wound up so music would play. It was a most wonderful Christmas. There was even snow on the ground on Christmas Day. As I had mentioned earlier, in January of 1988, Frank told me that he was falling in love and desired an exclusive romantic relationship with me. I then recalled how merely a few weeks previously, around New Year's, a man at church had asked me out on a date. I had turned him down because my thought was, I can't. I also remembered wondering why I couldn't. I had fallen in love with Frank Jarvis Atwood. Subsequent to our April 1988 engagement, I continued to visit Frank every week, usually on a Monday. My dad had retired from Osco drugstores, so as he was not working at the time, he occasionally accompanied me on the 70-mile or so drive to Florence. Relations between Frank and me continued to grow, especially when late in the spring of 1988, Frank's mom suggested that my dad and I come to Los Angeles for a visit. By the summer of 1988, I knew that I would marry Frank. I just was not sure when. Frank's mother even purchased my wedding dress. For many years later, we would joke about how the veil cost more than the dress. In the fall of 1988, I enrolled in paralegal classes at Pima College. I participated in day and night courses and adjusted my work schedule around classes. My routine included getting up at 4:30 a.m. so I could then meet a friend with whom I would run 10 miles. Afterwards, I would rush to get ready for class and end the day with cleaning houses. I do not know how I kept up that schedule, but I did. Then Christmas arrived, and I was able to see Frank in prison during the celebration of Jesus Christ's Nativity. It was nice to be able to bring him Christmas boxes while he was in Cellblock 6. The boxes were limited to 3 total in the month of December. Each box could weigh a maximum of 25 pounds. Preparations would begin in mid-November when Frank's dad would send me 50 pounds of canned goods and other goodies. I would then divide those items into 3 boxes and add perishables. I cooked lasagna, baked goods, and other delectables, so that there would be 3 25-pound packages. I delivered the boxes myself. I would stand in a property room line, sometimes for 2 or 3 hours, so that the perishable foods could reach Frank the same day. It was a joy to cook for someone I loved, and to know that he, at least temporarily, was well fed. Frank's parents had implemented the habit of visiting one at a time, a practice that enabled them to avoid leaving their home unattended and having to put their dog in a kennel. My dad would make the drive with me to the prison on a Sunday, so I could visit Frank and then enjoy some time with his mom or dad. This continued for many years, until Frank's parents became too old to travel. Frank's mother also arranged to have an Episcopal priest visit Frank. As it turned out, there was an Episcopal church in Coolidge, a town a little larger than Florence and about 10 or 15 miles away. Father John happily agreed to visit Frank. That was around September of 1988. At first, the good father was allowed contact visits and could easily serve Holy Communion. As the years went by, Father John was installed in a larger parish in Tucson, and visiting conditions in Cellblock 6 became more restrictive, with the cessation of contact visits and less leeway on visitation days. However, he still made the journey every month or so to see Frank and provide the Eucharist. While Father John was in Coolidge, my dad and I would see him along with Frank's parents. Of course, once he relocated to Tucson, I saw him with increased frequency, and I added his church in Tucson to the roster of my cleaning business. All of us, Frank, his parents, my dad, and myself, enjoyed a wonderful relationship with Father John. In fact, Frank's dad, an organ aficionado, even assisted Father John in the design, installation, and maintenance of the church organ that graces St. Michael's Church. Father John, may God bless his kind soul, continued to see Frank about once a month. He has since moved. Growing up, we had always many pets, but in the fall of 1988, we did not have any pets. So I decided to get a cat, specifically a Persian cat. Frank sent me $250, and I responded to an ad in the newspaper that had been placed by a much-respected Persian cat breeder. Thus I became the owner of a beautiful female Persian that I named Litzy, a name intended to honor Frank's parents, as his dad had always called his mother Litzel. I quickly became good friends with Roxanne, the Persian cat breeder, and our friendship led to the opportunity to breed Litzy with a grand champion named Ryder. Roxanne tirelessly taught me the ins and outs of the Persian cat business, details such as the correct standards for Persians, and fundamentals like proper maintenance. Persians are a very high maintenance breed. Over the next 10 years, much of my life involved the breeding and showing of Persian cats. In 1989, my running became more and more difficult, as for much of that year the plantar fascia problems in both feet had grown progressively worse. In fact, many times after training sessions, I returned home only to soak my feet in ice. I also went to a chiropractor who did weekly treatments on my feet. The problem really began to affect my training and racing. Then in the latter part of 1989, I learned of a podiatrist in Long Beach, California, who had an excellent reputation among world-class runners. I arranged to see him several times in late 1989 to 1990. The prognosis involved the need for surgery, so I began to plan for that unpleasant eventuality. Since a close relationship had developed between Frank's parents and me, I stayed with them when seeing the podiatrist in Long Beach. Arrangements were made for me to undergo surgery and then recuperate at my future in-laws' estate in Brentwood. The surgery was performed on both feet at the end of June 1990. It was a fascia release. The process involved cutting tendons on the soles of my feet in order to loosen them. After that ordeal, I spent a month at Frank's parents' house. It was quite an experience. In the car on the way home, I thought I might never walk again. My feet hurt so badly and were in casts. The doctor's instructions were not to walk other than to the bathroom and to wait a couple of months before trying to run. Well, I attempted to run after a few months, but had developed a cyst on one of my feet, making it impossible to run. I returned to the doctor in Long Beach to have the cyst on my right foot surgically removed. That landed me back in a cast for another 3 weeks. I was never able to get back into the racing shape after all of the foot traumas. I simply could not put in the requisite training and workout sessions. Thus, my running had been reduced to basically a few miles here and there. That took place in the fall of 1990. I was grateful to be involved with Persian cats in order to replace the huge void of not running competitively. My friendship with Roxanne developed, and with her help I continued to get better quality cats to breed and show. Her aid was indispensable. With such a solid foundation in place, my breeding and showing involvement flourished. I even had several champion Persians and one grand champion. Truly, a love for this interest had developed, and I was successful. Late in the fall of 1990, I received a telephone call from Frank's counselor, who informed me that Frank had been beaten up by some guards. Understandably, I was distraught, but the counselor assured me that Frank was not badly hurt and would be able to call me shortly. As I anxiously awaited Frank's calls, all sorts of scenarios ran through my head. I was so relieved to receive his call later that day and to know that he had suffered only a few bumps and bruises. Then again, the harm from both his disciplinary proceedings and spiritual welfare detriment were significant. On subsequent visits, I was to learn in greater detail what had transpired, details such as Frank having refused direct orders and ultimately assaulting an officer. Yes, to discover how prison staff had abused rules and beat up my fiancé was troubling, but Frank's part in the incident disappointed me. While perhaps some punishment may have been warranted, I was in no way prepared for what was to come. Having become familiar with visits at Cellblock 6, which, after all, was a maximum security building, had given me the impression that I knew about the worst that the Arizona Department of Corrections had to offer. I was not even close. As I was about to find out, there was SMU-1, Special Management Unit 1, or Cellblock 8, CB-8, a hulking gray monstrosity that seemed to have dropped out of the sky into the middle of nowhere. CB-8 was about a handful of miles from CB-6 and surrounded only by barren desert. As I approached that beastly dungeon, I wanted to cry. To think that my Frank J. was being housed in such an awful place. The difference from Cellblock 6 was that drastic. Aside from the imposing physical appearance, an evil feeling was palpable, one that was quickly reinforced by much tighter regulations and the almost nasty treatment by rude guards. It was horrible,